It's here. Holy shit. Newest patch is here. Where nightmares dwell. Hell yeah. So curious about this new chapter. And of course, alongside the new main story chapter, there's a bunch of other new stuff as well. And a bunch of stuff that's coming up soon, too. Woo. Ooh. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Now first, let me spend my serum. Let me just do that. Now I did log in to the game after maintenance had finished. About like an hour or so after maintenance finished. Because I was busy editing and then exporting and then uploading the Eternal Engine chapter. Which admittedly isn't my best that I've done with that reading. I just really wanted to get it done, but I did check out some of the stuff when I did log in last night. I was impatient, so I did do some polls for live limpidity. Unfortunately, as per usual, I have to get to I'm going to get her through hard pity. So there goes the BCs for the weapon. I did spend a 10 pull for the weapon though, that way I can try and get closer to it, or at least to the pity. But we will get live. We will get live. And as I usually do here, before I fully get started into reading the chapter, I do like to check out the new codings, do the trials for them. I do want to check them out here, as well as the tutorial stages for any of the new characters that came out. So this is going to take about, I don't know, 10-15 minutes to get through, and then I'll start reading the chapter. So, just be a bit patient here. Alright, let's check this out quick. Veronica's. Wow! Wait, that looks awesome. I love her hair, too. Ooh, the veil, too? Hello, Leoju. Take out animations here. Nice. Very nice. Got live in 10 pulls. Lucky. I'm about to hit hard pity for her. Ooh. Ooh. What was that? Oh, hello, Oscar. Feels weird being on chat or live chat. It does feel, yeah, when you're someone who's typically just watches and lurks, it does feel a bit weird. But hello. Nice of you to join us in live chat. And yeah, feel free to stay for however long you want. Oh, I love that. And the the scale in her hand too, because she's justice. Oh, that's good. That's really good. Hang on, animations or the colors might look a bit weird compared to previously because I did turn off bloom, but I'll put it to, or I put bloom to low, but I'll put it to medium just to get a bit more color into the game here, or add some more lighting to it, because it does look a bit weird. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Famine. The famine coding. Let's see this idle animation if it's any different. Christ. Now you're just showing off. She doesn't need her sig for rotations. Oh, well, I mean, at least she's hella strong with her sig now. You got that going for you. Ooh. Ooh. Very cool. Very cool. This is plasma beam. Though there's no real effect difference when it comes to plasma beam here. That's nice. I love this coding. It's gorgeous. You're safe to resonate either signature move or core passive honor memories. Both are viable for damage. Haven't tried anything with Dark Flow yet. I see. From what I saw or read... Ooh. That's a good outro. I had a little glimpse of what on Twitter of what someone said to do with the memory set and stuff. For Dark Flow, it would be like 4 of her sig, 2 of like Kadi or something, and then 2 of the Dark Flow stuff. Something like that. This is Liv's coding. Before I do that, I need to actually do her tutorial. Let me do her tutorial first. Her challenge stage can be another time, but I just want to... Gorgeous. Basic dark memory seems to work fine for Dark Flow. I love how crystalline her lotus petals are. Oh. Ooh. Veil Pierce, gaining flying blades. Wow. Tap dodge. Okay. Full dodge to cast while having 4 blades. Full dodge, cast heavenly. Kind of like Ishmael. Kind of like Ishmael. Okay. And then tap special orbs. Ooh. Old basic. That's a crazy animation. Yeah, I got the new coatings. I haven't seen them in action yet though. There's no like trial zone stage for them. Or if there is, I just didn't see it. I'm pressing hold dodge. Interesting. Their animations remind me a lot of Ishmael's. Yeah, it's similar to Ishmael. It's like Ishmael and Luna like combined. Okay, her when you tap blue orb and then tap it again, where it changes the attack here, that's very Ishmael, yeah. It looks like you can guard with her too when you just simply press dodge. Can you guard attacks with this? Oh shit! Yeah. Hell yeah. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, every time you dodge, you deal damage. Wow. And then combat process. You get full gauge. Oh, I forgot to do full basic. I see. Her animations are fantastic. Her signature, her ult animation is crazy. Very cool. And then getting the ethics. Right. So how do you get ethics? Enlighten me, game. Oh wait, no, it's already at maximum stacks. Okay, so she doesn't... Does she not generate the stacks then? She consumes it. Going through the story right now? Yeah. Thank you for not choosing to, for not spoiling. I appreciate that. Yeah, Vera can give a lot of stacks of Dark Flows super quick and easy. I'll do the challenge stages another time. So now let me see this coding. Ooh. Oh, nice. They really like their veils in this game.
天の先行を受けなさい。苦難を超え心を澄ませます。
Oh, whoa.
現像はいつか見破られます。見届けなさい。これが私の意志です。大したことありません。神聖へと導きます。
That's really nice.
求めるのは真実です。天の先行を苦難を超え心を澄ませます。見届けなさい。これが私の意志です。ようやく夢の終わりです。神聖へと導きます。求めるのは真実です。帰りなさい。天の先行を求めるのは真実です。照らし出せ。照らし出せ。
See that flower petal just chilling there too.
天の先行を受けなさい。帰りなさい。求めるのは真実です。天の先行を受けなさい。求めるのは真実です。
Okay.
晴れました。未来はずっと平凡でしょう。
That's pretty. And then her cub, Levy. This thing's adorable. Oh, it's so cute. Your little Digimon.
恐れなどとうに捨てました。
Levymon. It's Levymon. No, wait. Doesn't Levymon also already exist?
求めるのは
I feel like there's an
真実です。
actual, there actually already is a Levymon. The little baby dragon.
天の先行を受けな求めるのは真実です。帰りなさい。
Oh my god, look at it.
求めるのは真実です。
Dive toward. Thanks, Levy.
天の先行を受けな求めるのは真実です。苦難を超え心を澄ませます。現像はいつか見破られます。
I saw the joints attack there.
見届けなさい。これが私の意志です。
There it is. Yeah.
神聖へと
Cool.
導きます。
Look at the little guy. It really is just a Digimon. It's so cute. So goddamn cute. I want to take a screenshot of that. It's a little guy.
晴れました。未来はずっと平凡でしょう。
Cool. That's Levy. I wish there was a trial zone for Luna's coding and new coding and Alpha's new coding. But I guess the best thing I could do is just... Oh, right! I didn't do the leap trial. Digimon as a cup and a Beyblade as a weapon. For real. Alright, let's see what her leap is.
この程度の相手なら戦いとは言わないわ。溶け
Yellow
て消え
ping,
な
yellow
さい。
ping, yep. Simple. Press and
真実
hold.
を受け入れなさい。 これで終わり。
Yeah.
終
Absolutely.
焉の音を聞きなさい。
Then hold dodge.
崩壊なさい。
Oh. Yeah, that's new.
真実を受け入れなさい。抵抗なんて
Blue,
無
blue.
こ
This
れ
one
で終わり。
basic. Yeah.
終焉の音を聞きなさい。
So her new leap is just an additional little attack during a.
溶けて消えなさい。真実を受け入れなさい。
You have to do it like this.
これで終わりね。終焉の音を聞きなさい。崩壊なさい。
Ah. Okay. I
溶けて
gotcha.
消えなさい。
I gotcha.
崩壊なさい。
Okay.
真実を受け入れなさい。これで終わりね。埋葬してあげる。終焉の音を聞きなさい。
Counts as a 3-ping. It's basically for those who don't own or sig or struggle with orb management. Hmm. I see.
前へと進むわ。あなたも共に。でしょ。
Deal decent damage. It's not bad. For a moment, I thought it was an affix thing, but I forgot that she has disruption. Completely forgot. Oh, I gotta check that one out too. Right here, Nightfall Finale. This one isn't in the... Oh, Jesus. Oh, shit. Oh, the music. Whoa. She's like, you like my new drip? My lady. Oh, I like the gold. I like her like golden eyes. What if we could marry God? I always forget that she's like a completely like higher being too. Gacha coding. For a second, I thought this wasn't a gacha coding because I didn't see any like tab to go to it. But no, it is a gacha coding. That's so pretty. I like the wing details on the chest. You can kind of see it, like feathers. And then yeah, her eyes too. There's like more yellow, a bit like a tiny bit yellow, or is it the same? Same gray eyes. That's really nice. And then her weapon here too. Cool. Clear the guilty. All right. Here, before I restart, I'll hit hard pity for limpidity here. Hard pity. Never mind, not hard pity. I mean, it was really close to it though, but I got her. Now I just want to try and... Well, I have her 5-star weapon, but I don't have her 6-star weapon. And then, of course, the cub. I do want the cub. Bunch of shards, too. See, I normally don't do this, where I just pull for the character before starting the story. But I just can't help myself. It's Liv. There she is.
この希望を背負って進みます。
I'll leave her as is for now. I'm not gonna start leveling her just yet. And yep, we got a weapon selector up until Luna's weapon. I was contemplating of getting Chu's weapon here. You bet you pulled her the very moment you logged in. I decided to pull for her off stream too, because I just really wanted her. Hanying or Chu's? Hanying's would definitely help with my physical team a lot more. Wait, is Hanying's weapon here? No, it's not in here because it goes up to Luna Oblivion. Yeah, Hanying's signature is in here. Yeah. I guess my only choice is to get this. Or Watanabe's. I did think of getting Feral's, but there's still that Thunderbolt manual thing, and it's there permanently. And I thought of getting Noctis's as well, just to be... Yeah, because right now, Chu, being the attacker, does not do a whole lot in my ice team because she has no sig. Wata is... I think I'm okay without Wata's for a while. So I'll get Chu's right here. Finally. Now she gets her signature. Equip. Finally. Finally. Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to equip it. Finally. Wata can kind of work without Sig. One rotation at least is safe without it. Okay. And then there's the selector. I put it on Bianca, but I'm still deciding between Bianca and Star Trail. I know Star Trail is currently available on the banner, but obviously I don't have the funds to pull. And then there's Bianca, but my Dark team was okay with Lilith being the main DPS at the moment. Plus a part of me kind of just wants to get Star Trail just for Ignition and nothing else. Because I really like having Vera on my Lightning team, so... My Lightning team will definitely get a good boost if I went for Star Trail, because I have Limpidity, speaking of which. Both are great, both work without Sig. Star Trail pretty ridiculous, even without Sig. Interesting then. That's tough to decide then. That's tough to decide. I don't have her weapon though. Considering that... Okay, hang on. My Dark team is a bit more behind compared to my Lightning team, I would say. Then again, Nanami has the ignition effect. And getting her ignition is easy, and I don't feel like using Dante. Bianca's radiance counts as lightning, benefits from both lightning and plasma. Oh shit! Make teams where both Bianca and Star Trail fit together. Oh shit! Okay. It seems like Bianca is the winner for this one then. Okay, well. 6 more pulls, eh? I'll keep my black cards. I'll just wait. At least 21's maxed out now. Cerberus team is ready. Cerberus team looking good. Alright, enough of that now. Enough of that. It's time to finally start reading this chapter. Give the rest of your luck in my pull. God bless. Let's begin. 26 nodes. So this is definitely going to be 2 parts for me on stream here. We'll see how far I can get. I'll see if I can get to past node 14 for today. Star Trail fits on lightning, ignition, scuffed, fire, and plasma. Bianca on dark lightning or plasma. Both are just really good. It's time! First node. Formless and soundless. Love is something formless and soundless. Blinding array of lights flickers on. The silhouette at the table remains perfectly still, stoically awaiting the coming interrogation. Dominic, you will now provide your testimony regarding the mind technology. The Science Council is here to render a fair judgment on your actions. Dominic. The mind is merely a component, a new substrate for human consciousness built upon a virtual neural array structure. Did you foresee that this technology would lead to such devastation? Such devastation. This was not my intention. The devastation was not born from the technology, but from human greed. Speak your shit. Then do you acknowledge your leading role in this? Your research institute at FOS College was established without the world government's sanction. But this world government even exists without my support? Even so, you do not have the authority to supersede the government that represents the will of humanity. I must remind you that at the early stage of the project, constructs were merely a byproduct, a vessel for consciousness, a necessary measure after that calamity. Then, Dominic, can you tell us what the true purpose of the project is? Silence. What is the nature of the threat the constructs pose to humanity? Silence. Darkness stains the entirety of the visual field, absolute and without form. The concept of time dissolves into irrelevance, while the very notion of space feels like a forgotten dream. All is swallowed by a profound and seamless nothingness. A sound like the heart of a glacier fracturing, and a hairline crack of light pierces the blackness at the edge of perception. Like a blade through taut silk, shards of impossible gold spill through the fresh wound in the void. The immutable boundaries shatter without a whisper, and a presence stares out from behind the nothing. Ew. I don't like the sound of that. An entity that defies conventional perception drifts in the chaos. What in the Lovecraft? It's a raw, writhing mass, peering and observing through the rupture. No, actually Lovecraftian. Within the rupture, indistinct fragments are scattered, each one glittering like a brilliant gem. It gazes upon the light that is an intruder here. Its approximation of a mouth contorting, struggling to shape a sound. Hmm. M- Mo. Mom? A young child sits on the lawn, a miniature gardening trowel in her hand. Trowel? Trowel? Sensing something strange, she looks up toward the sky. Don't look directly at the sun, Liv. It'll hurt your eyes. Before the child's eyes can feel any pain, a woman's warm, soft hands gently cover them. Okay, Mom. The sting from the bright sunlight gradually fades. Sensing her curiosity, her mother adjusts her hands, creating small gaps between her fingers. Oh. This new way of seeing the world is fascinating. With childlike excitement, she eagerly peers through the gaps. In the backyard, everything looks the same as always, yet somehow different through this special perspective. The garden is filled with greenery, lush shrubs, and fragrant flowers in every corner. Calliope stands at the kitchen doorway, smiling as she watches them. Nearby, the old sheep Belle bleats merrily while chewing on something. The honeysuckle flowers Liv had planted not long ago. Belle, don't eat my flowers. Liv's eyes widen in alarm. She wriggles free from her mother's embrace and rushes toward Belle, rescuing the poor seedling from the sheep's mouth. Just a few more minutes, okay? It's almost time to eat. The woman follows with a smile, lovingly ruffling little Liv's hair. Alright, we should head back now. It's almost time to eat. Okay, Mom. Liv purses her lips in concentration as she cradles this rescued seedling. She carefully digs a perfectly sized hole in a shady spot, then patiently replants her precious flower. Grow up big and strong, okay? She solemnly pats the soil firm around the seedling's roots. Bong. Faint sound of bells chimes from within the house. Little miss, it's time to eat. Through the shrubbery, Calliope's voice calls from the kitchen. Bong. A heavy quartz clock strikes with its slightly rusted pendulum. Oh, it's time to eat already. Sorry, Callie. I'm coming right away. Oh. The moment she rises to her feet, a chaotic beam of light pierces the azure sky. In an instant, the world around her is swallowed by a blinding, silent white. The old sheep's bleating is severed mid-cry. Liv forces her eyes open, only to find that Belle, who had been peacefully grazing on the lawn, has utterly vanished. Belle? Calliope, who was walking toward her, dissolves into the light, along with the honeysuckle flower at her side. Callie? Bewildered, Liv reaches out, but her hand closes on nothing but empty air. The world dissolves from the distant horizon. Darkness breaches its restraints, racing toward her feet. Liv. Her mother stands at the boundary between light and shadow, gazing at her with gentle eyes, a soft halo radiating from her silver hair. Mom? Mom, Callie just... The child stumbles forward, but the rapidly spreading shadow seize her ankles. Mom? Mom! Just a dream. Liv jolts awake. Ugh. Her visual module rapidly auto-adjusts, calibrating to the current environment. Ah, pretty. She is sitting alone on a speeding train. Verdant vines brush against her ankles. Soft, warm light fills the car. Fragments of bewilderment flicker in her pupils. Liv presses her lips together, hesitating a long moment before finally turning to the window. Outside, sunshine bathes the garden where green grass carpets the ground. It was just a dream. Liv whispers softly, seemingly relieved. Yet her eyes don't clear. Instead, they grow even hazier. As the train pushes forward, new visions materialize outside the other windows. Countless shards of dreams that float outside. A garden, sheep, and her mother. Honeysuckle flowers, Belle, a long-haired woman with an indistinct face. The windows act as dream-catching grids, firmly trapping these fragments outside. Mom. Muttering, Liv presses her palm against the window, gently caressing the glass. It's unclear if she means to touch the visions or if the gesture is purely unconscious. Then, like biting into an unripe orange, a wave of bitter, sour discomfort surges from the depths of her mind. The train slices through the intricate layers of clouds, a shard of reality pressing onward through a kaleidoscope of dreams toward its unknown destination. Chapter 37, Where Nightmares Dwell. The last light of a setting sun washes the Grey Raven Lounge in a deep honeyed gold. In the quiet stillness, Liv stirs, her eyelids fluttering open as she emerges from the drowsy depths of a dream. How did I fall asleep? She pats her forehead, her brow furrowing in a wave of self-reproach. She had barely begun her turn cleaning the lounge when a sudden wave of lethargy pulled her under, leaving her slumped in a chair and powered down. Dream of my childhood. Been so long. Liv strains to recall the fading details, a quiet surprise settling over her. How long has it been since she last dreamed of those days? Ever since the battle against the twins and her transfer to the Imperia frame, countless memories of her past have been lost. PTSD. Seeing this goddamn illustration is giving me PTSD. The persistent migraine stands like a gravestone, marking where her memories began to shatter into fragments. Her face. It's getting harder to picture it. In her dream, the face of the silver-haired woman had grown indistinct. All that remains is the memory of her mother's unique fragrance of fresh grass and the gentle warmth of her voice as she read fairy tales. Liv leans back in her chair, silently searching through the shards of her mind. The adaptation of her new frame is nearly complete, and the mind migraine has lessened considerably. Is that why these memories have surfaced now? Speaking of her new frame, the Science Council has already sent the replacement notification to her terminal, once the adaptation period is over. The lounge door slides open with a soft hiss, followed by the familiar rhythm of footsteps in the corridor. Oh, Commandant's back. She sets down her cleaning tools and hurries over. Oh, yes, I got the notice from the frame switch. The Science Council says the adaptation period for this frame will be about 2 months. Admission. Already? Soft murmurs of conversation begin to drift from the living area. And as the sun finally dips below the horizon, a mechanical spider no bigger than a fingernail scuttles nimbly into the deepening shadows of a corner. Boom. The bell tolls for you. Forbidden history. I can't grant you that authority either, Asimov. Unlike the artificial light in Babylonia's simulated weather, true sunlight on the surface always carries a warmth you can feel on your skin. A gentle autumn morning glow spills into the room. You stand at the sink, your mind still soft with sleep. Turn on the faucet, wash face, and then wipe your face with a towel. The rough cloth, soaked in fresh water, delivers a bracing chill that jolts the last haze from your vines. Vines? Veins. Freshened up, you glance at the antique clock, a relic strikingly different from Babylonia's modern aesthetic, hanging above the bathroom mirror. It reads 8 a.m. Just as you move to open your terminal and review last night's files, a notification chimes from your communication app. Commandant, let me guess. You were working on Babylonia's reports late again last night, weren't you? Well? No way, definitely not me. Saw it wrong. Well... No excuses. I saw the email you sent. That's why I made sure to let you sleep in a little this morning. I left some breakfast for you on the table. I'm just heading out to do some preliminary research for our mission. I'll be back before you know it, and I promise I won't leave the conservation area. So take your time. You can review your work from last night. There's no need to rush out on my account. The message ends here. Review on the terminal first. No, she wants us to go get brekkie. After a quick review of last night's work on your terminal, you send the files back to Babylonia and turn to leave the room. As promised in Liv's message, breakfast awaits on the table. The usual compressed rations and nutritional supplements. It's far from a gourmet meal, but it will fill the void. Beyond the window, the sun crests the dark mountain peaks, washing the land in a gold light. Below, soldiers patrol in orderly formations, while residents of the conservation area move in and out in neat lines, tools in hand. Another day of gathering and production begins. You turn from the view, down the nutritional drink in one go, and clamp a ration biscuit between your teeth. With both hands now free, your attention returns to the terminal interface. Conservation Area 368, 723. Mission: New Construct Frame Trial. Personnel: Usabeni, that's me, and Liv. Sometime earlier. Babylonia. Some time has passed since your conversation with Ishmael. She confessed that her own entanglement in events might have clouded her vision. She could no longer clearly observe the world's progression. Everything was now hurtling toward an unpredictable future. Oh shit. I cannot offer you any more help. I am but a recorder, a soul anchored to the echoes of what has been. I'm here to talk about what's happening now. I understand the question in your heart, Grey Raven, but a river's current cannot be judged before it reaches the sea. Its nature is only revealed in its entirety. That's a good line. Is there anything else you can share? I have walked many potential paths of this future in my thoughts, but I cannot share them with you. I cannot be certain my perceptions are true or that we are even navigating the same stream of causality. If, and I mean if, our paths truly converge again, in a time yet to be, you may find the footprints I have left in the dust. Her gentle smile was a quiet punctuation mark, drawing the conversation to a close. Still adrift in the echoes of your talk with Ishmael, you were almost surprised to find yourself already at the entrance of the Science Council. You cast another glance at your terminal. A mail from Hassan was marked urgent, but its contents were starkly simple. Head to the Science Council immediately. You wonder what could warrant such a summons. Knock on the door. Come on in. The council was as it always was, a stark white space filled with the hum of instrumentation and the dry, sterile air. Sitting at the table, Asimov gave you a nod and turned back to the projection displayed on its surface. Liv's new frame? Projection displayed Liv's new frame. Along one edge, a cascade of data points and analytical text scrolled past, continuously materializing only to fade away. Amid this torrent of shifting information, a single value held constant, its digits steadily climbing. 733.22. Before Asimov could utter a word, the door hissed open. Hassan strode inside, his entrance stirring the sterile air. His eyes swept the room in a quick analytical glance before he moved with purpose to the long table. Sorry for the delay. Today's routine meeting overran its schedule. I hope I haven't missed the critical part. Is this about Liv's new frame? Hassan settled into a chair at the long table, exchanging a silent nod with Asimov. In response, Asimov tapped a command into his terminal and turned away. The door behind you sealed with a definitive thud. At the same moment, the small red lights on the room's surveillance cameras winked out. Oh, we got a off record here. Your instincts sparked, the unusual security measures sending a jolt of alarm through you. I will be direct. The Science Council has recently recovered a cache of Golden Age data and materials. It pertains to a... As Asimov spoke, his fingers glided across the terminal. In response, the raw data and explanatory text were turned into structural diagrams and framework outlines, overlaying the frame projection. It is a new technology, capable of establishing a direct interface with the mind. With the mind? Can you elaborate? The dataset enables numerous complex functions, structural optimization, amplitude stabilization, and a reduction in connection risks, among others. In simple terms, it can enhance the mind's capabilities and unlock previously unattainable potentials. Ooh, that's interesting. Rows of data highlighted in bright green materialized beside the frame, corroborating Asimov's every word. That sounds like a good thing? Your fingers drummed silent, restless rhythm on the table as you waited for the real truth. A mere technological breakthrough would have been announced at a formal briefing, not whispered to you in a secluded room with the surveillance deliberately disabled. Oh yeah, that's true. If this is all supposed to be kept under wraps or like kept off record, then this is really serious. However, these optimizations are transient. The subject's mind will revert to its baseline state in as little as 2 or 3 hours, or at most 24. So it's an emergency measure. So, it's Golden Age technology. Asimov stepped aside to make more room as the 2D display sequentially showcased various frame images. President Hassan, do you comprehend the implications? I do. The Science Council's standard explanation for mind technology is just a generalist overview. It describes the basic function of a mind within a construct and little else. Regarding its deeper architecture, I am not authorized by the Science Council to discuss that. Or to be more precise, the world government has not authorized me. In the current frame development, even with specialized models, we have rarely introduced additions to the mind's core data structure. The I/O-based interface system merely installs a security protocol on the periphery. It does not modify the mind's fundamental composition. But this technology is different. It can optimize the mind structure itself, and that is merely a side effect. Its true purpose is to filter. I can't grant you that authority either, Asimov. So Liv... We compared all the construct data from Babylonia and even accessed the Corona database. Only Liv's mind demonstrates near-perfect compatibility with this dataset. Really? What are you trying to do? Professor Hippocrates of the Star of Life and I have collaborated on this. If we implement this dataset, there is a calculable probability that the migraine in Liv's mind could be permanently cured. In our calculations and simulations, we have not detected any adverse side effects. However, as we have not conducted physical tests, it remains an unknown variable. Where did the data come from? What happens if we don't use it? Both very good questions. Where'd it come from? I think we should stop here. Oh? I can assure you this does not originate from any inhumane experimental procedures. Oh, okay. This has nothing to do with Corona, Project Winter, or any other projects with questionable origins, methods, or objectives. However, I cannot share more specific information with you right now. I must remind you that simply replacing Liv's frame would provide a minor therapeutic effect for her mind migraine, but it would not result in a complete recovery. The condition would persist, like a chronic migraine. For a moment, the laboratory fell into a delicate silence. After a moment, Hassan spoke in a low voice. Grey Raven Commandant, I suspect you have other questions you haven't voiced directly. Like why I'm here. A simple frame replacement surely wouldn't warrant a personal visit from the president. So, Asimov, does this technology carry implications far beyond what you've disclosed? Descent narrowed his eyes slightly, his question cutting through the air. No, I am simply curious why you have remained silent on this particular issue for so many years. If one day you were faced with only two choices, an honest extinction or a hypocritical survival, what would you choose? Trillard already made that choice for us once. I don't fear my own destruction. I only need to believe that everything we have fought for until now has meaning. What if the choice were yours to make? I would refuse to choose. That's the only one that has any bit of dialogue, so. What if Liv were the one forced to make that choice? You voiced the answer almost instinctively. But I cannot accept a choice like that. I won't allow Liv to be placed in such a position. Foreshadowing? Relax, Commandant Osbeni. No one's going to force you or Liv to make such a choice. This meeting was simply to inform you of this data. As her Commandant, you have the right to know and you must be aware. So what is this new technology, really? Sen offered no answer. Let us consider this nothing more than a casual conversation. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Sen avoided a direct reply, rising to his feet as soon as the room's illumination returned to normal. He was already working on his terminal as he walked toward the exit, pausing for a beat with his hand on the door before he opened it. Usabeni, the choice has always been yours to make. We simply cannot provide any further information. I trust you will consider the matter carefully. He put on his customary smile, nodded to both you and Asimov, then strode out of the laboratory with purposeful steps. His choice. Is it connected to that dataset? What does he know? I'm curious about the choice. I don't know. I feel like he would give me that same answer if I picked the first one. He probably has his own agenda, but that is not my domain. My concern is strictly the observable effects this dataset produces when interfacing with mind. Effects? The dataset is far more complex than it appears. Look here and here. These wavelength patterns are anomalous. In a standard construct, it would likely function as a new stabilizing framework, but if installed in a host with specific parameters, my hypothesis is that it would produce a different outcome. Similar to the specialized frames we previously enhanced using experimental data. For a compatible construct, this could represent a new form of evolution. So, are you recommending we proceed with the implementation? From a purely scientific standpoint, I would recommend Liv attempt the procedure. However, as the President has stated, the choice is not ours to force upon you or her. If there are no further questions, I must return to verifying the dataset's integrity. Asimov's voice faded, its place seemingly taken by the soft hum of laboratory equipment powering up. Squeak. The door slides open with a whisper, its sound pulling you back to reality. Commandant? Why are you working in the middle of breakfast? Just finishing up something urgent. Just looking around. Something urgent. You really should take a proper break to eat. I know how it is during field operations, but what is wrong with me today when it comes to... Man, English is hard, but skipping meals will only upset your stomach later. Liv gives you a mildly disapproving look, her brow furrowed with gentle concern. So, what did your investigation turn up? You shovel the last of the rations into your mouth and chase it with a gulp of nutrition fluid, your words garbled around the hurried meal. Well, I used a personnel survey as a pretext to access the resident list. That man, Colm, is indeed registered here. Then I cross-referenced the location names he mentioned during his questioning back in Babylonia. I think I've managed to narrow down our search to this area. Liv opens her terminal, her fingers circling a modest area on the map. The highlighted zone contains 3 tents, 2 buildings, and a crossroads. So if Colm was telling the truth, the people who mentioned evolution and mind should be operating somewhere right here. Oh boy, evolution and mind. Another starting point. They said that inside the mine, there was information about mind evolution, and if they could get it out. Before entering Conservation Area 368. Transport craft, Babylonia Spaceport. Evolution and mind. You're leafing through the mission briefing lost in thought when a cup of hot water appears in your periphery. Thanks. You murmur automatically, your train of thought scattering. You look up to see Liv withdrawing her hand. She then turns to scan her retina on the new verification device by the hatch. Identity verified. With her identity confirmed, she smooths her dress, takes her seat, and leans over to peer at the terminal in your hands. Oh, those are the mission reports from before. Mission list. Assist with new central purification filter installation, clear hetero creatures, research materials, and then classified. The terminal screen glows with a list of missions, each one marked completed. Assist with the new CPF installation, completed. Clear hetero creatures around the conservation area, completed. And gather research materials requested by Professor Hippocrates, completed. The frame adaptation period isn't even over, and already a new mission is waiting. This one, however, is entirely different from all the others. Commandant? Noticing you staring into space, Liv quietly takes the cup from your hands, refills it with hot water, and sets it back on the table before joining you and gazing worriedly out the window. It all happened so suddenly. I only had time to leave a quick message for Lucia and Lee. I feel terrible that I couldn't explain it to them properly. Are you sure this is okay? I was really looking forward to seeing them. They even promised I'd bring them a few things. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry, I left them a message too. Were it not for this unforeseen event, the two of you would be down there with Lucia and Lee, trekking between conservation areas to replace filters and fortify the zones. Liv's eyes drift to the identity verifier by the cabin door as she speaks. With the hatch sealed, its once persistent blinking has now ceased. To think someone managed to sneak onto a Babylonian transport. I don't think anyone's ever done that before. Yeah. The mission briefing on the terminal displays a man's headshot at the top of the page. Leaning in closer, Liv studies the information listed beneath his photo. Colm Lebrant doesn't seem to be in the best mental state. Do you think we can really trust what he's told us? It's exactly what we're going to verify. As you fall deeper into thought, Colm's photograph expands in your mind's eye, interweaving with shards of memory until it breaks free from the frame, fully animate. 1 day ago. Interrogation room, Babylonia Control Court. You arrived at the interrogation room as ordered, only to walk in on Hassan in an exchange with members of the Control Court. The target has been under our supervision from the moment of custody to the transfer. There's no risk of a leak. We've also finished debriefing the transport crew. We've left a few loose ends as bait. If anyone tries to follow that thread, we'll know. Good. Miss Benny, you're here. As the president turned away, Leslie caught your eye with a silent glance of greeting before swiftly taking her leave. President? Hassan nodded and gestured for you to come closer. You followed his gaze. Behind the one-way glass, a visibly distraught man was being interrogated by the control court. Remember the choice I mentioned to you yesterday? One day you were faced with only 2 choices, an honest extinction or hypocritical survival. What would you choose? You literally made that choice for us once. I don't fear my own destruction. I only need to believe that everything we have fought for until now has meaning. So this man, is our connection to the choice? Mid-conversation, Colm suddenly sprang to his feet behind the glass and slammed both fists onto the table. His voice was so loud that it was audible even without the monitoring headphones. Told you more than enough already. I'm not saying another word. Not until you put the Babylonian residence papers in my hand. Put on the headphones Hassan handed you, and the voices from the interrogation room suddenly became crystal clear. Calm down, Mr. LeBrant. Take it easy. There's no need to keep repeating your demands. The interrogator deliberately paused for a moment. We honor requests that follow protocol, provided of course your information is verified. Residence is a small matter. I can arrange a provisional pass immediately. Once your information is confirmed, we can proceed to a permanent... Provisional? No! No temporary passes. I am not going back to the surface. I need it now. Don't you dare feed me another empty... Oh. A burst of intense light pierced the man's pupils. Agitated, he winced and instinctively fell back into his seat. The interrogator flicked a finger, and the harsh light behind him switched off. His tone shifted gradually from placating to detached, draining all emotion from his words. This is my final warning, Mr. LeBrant. You will let me finish. Once we verify your information and confirm that what you've provided is genuine, residency will be the least of your concerns. However, your current behavior is not that of a valuable informant. It is the behavior of a man attempting to bluff his way into a fortress. We have very specific protocols for bluffs. According to the corresponding law of Babylonia, any individual who gains entry through deception, forged documentation, or stowing away in regulated transport is subject to classification as an illegal entrant, and penalties commensurate with the specific circumstances of the violation. I wasn't trying to. Furthermore, the law states that any attempt to acquire substantial assets through deception constitutes fraud. While residency is not property, it is a regulated resource. It falls under this statute. So, Colm LeBrant, I suggest you adjust your attitude and answer my question. The man's face flushed crimson, his body trembling with pent-up energy. He made an aborted motion to lunge, but the sight of the interrogator's threatening demeanor made him cower. His resolve fractured into a series of twitches and halts, ending in a defeated stillness. I heard things about mind. He shot an uncertain glance at Hassan. He answered with a firm nod, a clear instruction to keep listening to the interrogation. That day I got bitten by a hetero creature that ran out of the mine. Dr. Melano gave me painkillers and told me to rest in the medical station. I must have dozed off, but the medication wore off too soon. I woke up groggy. I heard people talking. 2, maybe 3 men, whispering. They said they'd been down in the deep mine on an operation. At the very bottom, they found something. They said that inside the mine, there was information about mind evolution, and if they could get it out. That's way too convenient. Yeah, I'd say the same. Behind the one-way glass, Hassan averted his gaze, his focus narrowing to scrutinize the data on his terminal. An accidental eavesdropping, an accidental arrival in Babylonia, and then accidentally delivering that very information to our doorstep. The Schultz scan didn't pick up anything? Babylonia's inspection protocols were stringent. Any transport vessel carrying supplies from the surface was immediately scanned by Gestalt the moment it entered Babylonian airspace. Whether it was a conservation area resident attempting to stow away in a cargo container, or a concealed hetero creature or corrupted, Gestalt had never once failed to detect it. Delicate pulled the scan logs from the past few days. Not a single anomaly. The Science Council has run the protocols 3 times, and no errors. The engineering force even took a look. Nothing. And the control core is currently examining his personal belongings, checking for any devices capable of blocking Gestalt signals. His terminal chimed, alerting Hassan to an incoming message. Now the control core reports nothing unusual in his personal effects. Could he just be bluffing? It's a possibility the court is considering. We do get the occasional opportunist who picks up a few buzzwords from the ruins and tries their luck. The surface is practically littered by abandoned research facilities. Stumbling across certain keywords by chance isn't entirely surprising. However, you shouldn't know those words have any connection to evolution. As Hassan settled into a nearby chair, he disturbed the stack of interrogation files beside him, causing it to tilt and reveal several documents. On the exposed pages, the bolded and underlined terms mind and evolution were clearly visible. However he came by it, Colm Lebrant should have no knowledge of this. None at all. We need to find the source of his information. This is a sensitive matter, one I can only entrust to you. Hassan retrieved his terminal and tapped a brief command. A moment later, your own device chimed. Purification mission target, Conservation Area 368. This is the only task I'll give you. Understood. The rest, it's up to you. Alright. He gave him a nod and turned to leave. The interrogation room door closed with a soft thud, and as the light from the hallway vanished, it cast a stark divide of shadow and light across Hassan's face. He settled his headphones back into place. Colm Lebrant's voice filtered through once more, but Hassan's mind was already far away. Late post-pandemic age. Night. The thunderous roar of transport aircraft echoed through the flame-lit night. Chunks of concrete crumbled from the teetering ruins above, landing on exposed rebar with sharp, brittle cracks. A piercing metallic clamor mingled with the staccato roar of gunfire. Every indication suggested that the combatants were far from ordinary humans. Sir, we've reached the designated forward perimeter. For your security, we must insist you return to the transport. I understand the concern, but I need to see this. I need to see them. A younger Hassan gazed upon the street. Younger Hassan? Watching as well-equipped constructs carved into the corrupted, occupied districts with the clean efficiency of a scalpel. Large corrupted spotted in Sector D3. I repeat, large corrupted spotted in Sector D3. Snipers in position. Sector F5, we have multiple casualties. 3 wounded, 1 KIA. Copy that. Support is en route. With battle updates streaming through his earpiece, Hassan gripped the railing tightly as he watched the constructs hold their ground against the massive axe blade of the infected gardener robot. Sir, it's too dangerous here. The observation protocol doesn't allow for... Let me watch them a little longer. With the taste of iron flooding his mouth and his knuckles bone white, he watched the battle in the streets with a desperate hunger, determined to sear every last detail into his mind. Just a little longer. One construct met the corrupted's axe with overwhelming force, batting the weapon away. The impact sent a cascade of blue electricity erupting through the enemy lines, leaving several foes frozen and twitching from the paralyzing shock. Seizing the moment, a construct in pink dashed forward to aid the wounded. She deployed her levy guns, laying down a hail of covering fire while helping the injured fall back. Sir, the time. I know. Just a few more minutes. Hello, Saisi. Let him indulge himself one last time. Usupani. Hassan's gaze followed the agile pink construct as she wove through the crossfire like a nimble white dove, her levy guns precisely intercepting the corrupted's attacks on the wounded. These were the first truly battle-ready military constructs, the first to be deployed in actual combat. Whether in terms of mind stability or overall combat performance, they represented the elite among soldiers. Damn, okay. This shot goes hard, wait. Let him watch this a little longer. Watch these constructs in battle, and this planet they were fighting for. Working in unison, the constructs steadily reduced the number of corrupted, expanding the safe zone. The soldier no longer urgently pressed Hassan to return to the transport. This city was about to be reclaimed by humanity. The Reconquista age was about to begin. Sir? I didn't catch that. It was nothing. As the gunfire shifted to another part of the city, Hassan pressed his lips into a thoughtful line, then turned and walked back to the transport. Let's return to Babylonia. Yes, sir. The transport ascended, granting a perfect aerial view of the battlefield. Below, ruins crumbled beneath artillery crossfire, while electromagnetic barriers carved out temporary safe zones the corrupted dared not breach. In just a few decades, the punishing virus had devoured millennia of human civilization, forcing mankind to flee into the depths of space. But from that day forward, the spark of humanity would be rekindled. He gazed intently as the front light pushed ever forward. That city would soon belong to humanity once more. So it begins, the Reconquista age. Through the transport's window, he watched constructs begin cleanup operations across the battlefield below, their work stretching to the horizon. It was a preview of the future, humanity, piece by piece, taking back their homeland. An alert signaling the interrogation's critical phase jolted Hassan from his memories, and Colm Lebrand's testimony echoed in the headphones. They said that inside the lab, there was information about mind evolution, and if they could get it out, the transatlantic economic community, or ACT-ELEC, would definitely be interested in this technology. Mind, the phylotree, and nodes, those are really the only key terms. He shifted in his seat and unfolded the paper in his hand. Under the light, a hand-drawn tree bled into view. The construct technology had ushered in the Reconquista age for both Babylonia and humanity. If this intelligence, meant to stay buried within Gestalt, proved true, what unforeseen advantages might it offer humanity? Click. Hassan placed the headphones on the table and strode toward the door. There was no need to hear the rest of the interrogation. A multitude of arrangements demanded his attention. Whatever form the coming challenges took, he would ensure Babylonia rode the crest of this new tide. That would be the dawn of a new era. The doors sighed open and shut, leaving only the hollow cycle of question and answer echoing in the dim room. Wow. So, it's got my attention. All this stuff with mind and then the first mentioned phylotree now. Ooh, first combat stage. Twilight. Most mountains of the mining area stand stark and treeless, their towering shadows stretching in twisted shapes across the land. Oh, wait. I forgot. I gotta check about the, story achievements. I forgot about that. Story achievements. Hang on. I wonder if someone's already... Quickly see. No. They haven't. There's... No one knows yet. So this is completely blind. Alright. So I don't know if this is going to have a secret achievement or if this is really just the one achievement, but... Conservation Area 368. What's this game? Punishing Grey Raven. A game that you can play on either mobile devices or on PC via its own game launcher. Really enjoy my reactions and noise or the noises I make. Always wants to make you give me a hug. That's sweet of you. I appreciate that. But you can only watch it here on Uspany YouTube Live. Tucked within a mountain-ringed I called it ringed. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I swear English is my main language. Tucked away within a mountain-ringed basin, Conservation Area 368 is a small settlement scarcely more than a village, its permanent population never exceeding 300. 13 achievements in total, but only 9 needed to get the medal. Gotcha. It lies cuffed by sheer cliffs that plunge 1,000 meters, a stark, mineral-rich bowl. Once prospectors and traders were drawn here in a feverish rush for fortune. Ah, yes. Gold rush. Now the bustle is gone. Only a few dozen structures remain, huddled around the conservation area's heart, a modest central purification filter. Commandant, according to Calm, the conservation area's medical station should be right here. As you round the corner, Liv gestures discreetly toward a junction, where a small unassuming building stands with quiet sturdiness. The medical station. Is the doctor in? No. I heard the doctor went out with the patrol team. She won't be back until later this evening. Liv opens her terminal and sends over a file. I sneaked into the station before dawn and checked the treatment records. Holm was admitted about 6 days ago. He was bandaged up, given painkillers, and discharged as soon as he was conscious. Will you play Liv's affection story as well? Yeah, I will. Why not, right? I don't know when I'll do that, but I will. I will. I definitely will. I'm curious about that. Because it seems like, because as much as I really love Vera's like number one in my heart and shit. Realistically, I love every character in this game. Especially, of course, Grey Raven, the team, like Lee, Lucia, and Liv. So I'll definitely check out her affection story later. When I finish the main story. Again, not sure when, but I'll check it out. The transport took off 4 days ago, passed through several conservation areas, and then returned to Babylonia exactly 3 days ago, when we received our mission. Timeline checks out. It's completely consistent. I made copies of the admission records from that period. Using our investigation as a reason, I also managed to get the entrance surveillance footage from the person in charge. She gestures toward another direction. The entrance is just over there. So I used the footage to cross-reference anyone who lingered nearby during the time Colm mentioned. This is the list of people I thought seemed suspicious. I've already shared it with Babylonia. You sound Russian? Me? I'm not Russian. I am not Russian. The list is short, with only 7 names on it. Only 7 people. This area is quite remote, and the mining sector has been abandoned for a long time. There aren't many people left here, mostly just those who couldn't evacuate during the punishing virus outbreak, so the foot traffic is very light. From this list, I've already looked into 2 of them. We can probably rule them out. They were both severely injured and in a deep coma the night of the incident. They're still being treated at the medical station. And 2 others left yesterday for the mining area. They mentioned they were going to collect minerals and supplies for trading. The mining area? Yes, the mining area. I asked the person in charge about it to be sure. She told me people do go there to collect minerals for trading, but she also warned me it hasn't been safe lately. It seems fewer people have been willing to take the risk. Risking a trip to the mines at a time like this. That was my thought exactly. It does make them seem suspicious. What about the other 2? They're with the patrol team that's still out. They left with the doctor and should be back this evening. Let's check out the mining area first. Liv has already had a vehicle waiting at the edge of the conservation area. It doesn't take long to reach the derelict mining road, less than half an hour. The moment you turn onto it, the smooth ride ends. The chassis shudders as the wheels plunge into potholes, tossing you in your seats with a violent rhythmic violence. With a violent violence. Bumpy road! After nearly being launched from your seat yet again, what I'm currently... You obviously can't see me, but what I'm doing right now, just to make it more immersive, I'm like moving around in my chair just to emulate being in the car on the bumpy road. It really has been a long time since we've driven on roads like this. Kana, are you okay? I'm fine. No problem. I'm doing fine. I don't got motion sickness. No problem. All around, the signs of neglect are undeniable. I've reviewed the records for this conservation area. The supervisor filed several requests for maintenance funds, but due to the low punishing virus concentration and minimal hetero creature activity, they were all classified as low priority. More recently, they also reported unusual activity in the mining sector, but Babylonia's resources were stretched thin with the safe zone construction and Kowloon Corp's new maritime defense line, so they could only dispatch a single task force squad. That's really cute. Kawaii. Liv frees one hand to bring up a file from her terminal. You play Dispatch? Not interested. The Rodent Squad. They're one of our special operations squads, particularly skilled in desert and cave combat environments. I have their regular reports. Right here. She taps open a video file. This is Captain Fleo of the Rodent Squad. Imagine your squad being named Rodent. Following the orders, we've arrived at Conservation Area 368 and successfully reached the incident location. This is it. We've discovered clear traces of an explosion in the main shaft. By tracking the debris pattern, we located some hetero creatures hiding deeper in the mining area. Whenever you're in the passenger, you're a passenger in the car. Every time there's a turn, your body just moves with the turn. I feel like that happens with everyone. Because of the force and the momentum. The punishing concentration here is negligible. Multiple sensor sweeps show no viral accumulation. Our current theory is that the mine has other unmapped entrances. The creatures likely used one to get in and then triggered old excavation charges. Hey, Ymir, don't touch that. Vale, stop her. The camera jolts as a faint blast rips through the air from somewhere out of frame. How was I supposed to know it was still alive? It was still live. Anyway, the immediate area is secure, but we'll need more time to find the hetero creature's point of entry. Unless you don't tilt in the opposite direction. Yeah. End of report. Do we have a direct line to Rodent? Right here. She taps her terminal a few times, and the call connects. Hello, this is the Grey Raven Squad from Babylonia. We're currently assisting with the elimination of hetero creatures in the mining area of Conservation Area 368. Hello. The signal from the other end is terrible, cutting in and out with heavy static interference. Hello. This is Rodent. I'm Captain Fleo. Two dull, percussive thuds punch through the transmission, making the projection shudder and distort. Then, as abruptly as it began, the signal stabilizes. Sorry about that. Signal's terrible down here. Sometimes you just have to give it a good old smack, like a TV remote. Whoa! That's Grey Raven's contact icon. I can't believe Grey Raven's coming to help us. Ymir, Vale, get over here. It's Grey Raven. Yeah, we're quite popular. Oh, so this is the Grey Raven Commandant? This is crazy. What's so crazy about it? Come on, man. Don't be so modest. Wow. Commandant's not even 7 feet tall and doesn't have wings. Ymir, you lose. Pay up. Why would you assume I'm 7 feet tall, man? I ain't that tall. Damn it. What's there to be disappointed about? Right. Sorry about that. They're just a little over-enthusiastic. It's not every day you get a visit from the legendary Grey Raven Commandant. With two firm... and the man, the myth, the legend. With 2 firm hands, the captain shoves his 2 teammates' heads down, cutting short their curious gaze. Nice to meet you. We are the Grey Raven Squad. I am Liv, and this is my Commandant, Usabeni. That's me! How's the mine investigation coming along? Hate to say it, but it's kind of frustrating. We've gone in multiple times, cleared out plenty of those creatures, but every time we go back, it's like we never made a dent. We keep running into new ones. The place is a maze. Checking all the tunnels and potential entrances is taking forever. The weird part is how they keep showing up. It's like they're respawning. And they change. A few of them just wander around, no threat. But once their numbers hit a certain point, it's like a switch flips. They stop wandering and start hunting. Coordinated. It's like something is controlling them. We've been thinking the same thing, but we haven't found a single... Ymir, behind you! Uh-oh. There's no time for formalities. The lion erupts in a blast of chaotic noise and goes dead. Something's off. Doesn't feel right. A shift in behavior triggered by population density. Could there be a hetero creature controlling them? Like the twins from before? PTSD. We can't jump to conclusions yet. The presence of a controller implies a defined purpose. However, the current method of deployment clearly wouldn't achieve any meaningful results. And the punishing concentration. It's holding steady. It's not spiking with the creature activity, but it's not dissipating either. Whoa. Before she can finish speaking, Liv suddenly looks up and brings the vehicle to an abrupt halt. Draw your weapon. A shared glance with Liv is all it takes. You both slip out of the vehicle and move toward the source of the disturbance. Let's do it.
あちらにいるようです。このエリアに異常が発生しています。
The concentration of punishing is rising.
何かの気配がします。
Let's go check it out. Mining District Forest, near Conservation Area Garrison. I'm gonna look around here in case there is like a secret achievement. See if there's anything I can interact with. There's something right there on the ground. Like... Whoa. Tire tracks. Oh shit.
あちらにも車が。保全エリアの車でしょうか。
I'm not sure.
保全エリアのマークがありますが、誰もいないようですね。探知しましたが、周囲に他の異合生物はいません。
Let's clear out those hetero creatures over there first.
求めるのは帰りなさい。天の先行を受けなさい。苦難を超え、心を澄ませます。大したことありません。
Oh. Uh-oh. Liv, are you okay? Liv.
問題ありません。おそらく新機体に慣れていないだけです。視覚モジュールを再調整します。調整完了です。先へ進みましょう。どうして他の異合生物が。
Oh, jeez.
大したことありません。
Not even giving me a chance.
天の先行を求めるのは真実です。照らし出せ。求めるのは帰りなさい。天の先行、苦難を超え、心を澄ませます。 大したことありません。見届けなさい。これが私の意志です。ようやく夢の終わりです。神聖へと導きます。
Viv, are you sure you're alright?
大丈夫です。視覚モジュールに少しズレがあっただけかと。
I can see why it gives you flashbacks to Solitude. It's like a similar setting where you come across a convoy.
何か情報が残っていないか確認しましょう。
Now we get to look around. Investigate vehicle. Oh, dang it. I bet you there was something else to look at too. Oh. Oh, whoa. What the hell? All of a sudden we're in Arknight's Enfield. What happened? The fight over, you both make your way back to where the vehicle was parked, only to be greeted by a scene of utter violation. This isn't possible. My sensors didn't pick up any hetero creature movement in this direction. You retrieve the monitoring equipment you had stashed under the seat and begin sifting through the logs. And the punishing virus readings have been stable. Could it be a new type of hetero creature? Or... no. You circle to the vehicle's rear, your eyes tracing the lines of damage. The damage is extensive, almost like the random destruction of a hetero creature or a wild animal. The most concentrated damage is around the power engine. A web of crisscrossing scratches covers the vehicle, but the deepest gashes converge at the power unit. Commandant, you mean... It's still too early to draw conclusions. As you speak, the sun dips behind the mountains, and leaden shadows bleed out from the peaks, swallowing the light. Let's head back to the conservation area for now. On these unfamiliar roads, pushing ahead feels like the wrong move. Most mountains of the mining area stand stark and treeless, their towering shadows stretching in twisted shapes across the land. Alright. Liv acknowledges and moves toward you, but for a split second, the shifting light glints strangely in her visual module, making the world around her seem filtered and unreal. Your face softens into a hazy smudge. Don't? What's up? I'm right here, what's wrong? A familiar voice instantly settles Liv's nerves. It's nothing. Just a minor glitch in my visual module. It's calibrated now. Your visual module? The familiar abnormal fluctuation immediately reminds you of the unexpected situation during your recent battle. Your mind experienced slight fluctuations during that last battle, too. It's probably just some desynchronization. My new frame is still in its break-in period. Are you sure you're okay now? If you notice anything abnormal, promise me you'll tell me right away. I will. I promise, Commandant. Don't worry. Better. 5. Conservation Area 368. She leaves her hands in plain view, intricate mechanical constructs of interlocking gears and components that are unmistakably artificial. Dark blue shadows consume the pale cyan sky. The two of you barely make it back to the conservation area before nightfall claims the world. Officers? We're back already. Did you figure out what was happening? I'm afraid not. Our vehicle was damaged by hetero creatures and the power unit was compromised. We couldn't reach the mining area. But we'll be back with a replacement unit tomorrow and fix the vehicle. Oh, don't you worry about that. Happens more often than not. I'm just glad you two made it back in one piece. Conservation Area Supervisor waves a hand, hardly concerned. With the task force squad deployed to the mine, we're stretched thin out here. We can only manage perimeter patrols, and that route, well, it is a famous spot for those creatures. And that old vehicle, it breaks down more often than it runs. It's nothing you did wrong. Actually, we did find something. Another vehicle, abandoned on the road. It had the same Conservation Area 368 markings as ours. Oh, that'd be the two from yesterday then. They told them not to go. But some people always think they'll get lucky, that they'll find a fortune in scrap. What's a bit of ore worth if you lose your life for it? You never know when to quit. A deep frown creases the supervisor's brow, but after a weighted silence, she ventures a hesitant question. But, officers, you didn't see them, did you? The people? There was no one around the vehicle, but based on the tracks, it looks like they made it into the mining area on foot. The tension in the supervisor's brow softens, the stern lines giving way to a look of weary relief. They made it to the mine. Well, that's something at least. They grew up in those tunnels. They know every corner. If anyone can stay safe in there, it's them. And the task force squad is still in there too. They'll be alright. Her words feel as much for her own benefit as for yours. Do hetero creatures often appear around here? Or appear often around here? Not necessarily. The supervisor waves you onward, her brow furrowed in careful deliberation. We're not near any official Babylonia dead zone. The local punishing concentration is low, so large groups of those things rarely gather. That all changed a few years back. There was a minor explosion in the mining tunnels. After that, they just started showing up, out of nowhere. I sent a report up the chain, and Babylonia eventually dispatched a task force squad to investigate. The squad went down the mine a few times. Their theory was that the explosion must have opened a new passage connecting the tunnels to some other place, letting the hetero creatures wander in. Ever since then, we've started seeing them on the perimeter roads too. The deep resonant chime of the conservation area's clock cuts through the air. Goodness, I've completely lost track of time. It's gotten so late. Please, let me at least get you both something to eat. You must be worn out. Thank you, but we have our own rations. Oh. The supervisor freezes mid-stride, a fleeting internal debate visible on her face before she dismisses it. You should save your supplies for when you really need them. Come on, it's the least we can do. It's nothing special. Honestly, it's barely palatable, but it's hot and it'll keep you going. Thank you. The path opens as you turn the corner, revealing the open space of the central plaza. The darkness retreats from a crackling bonfire where flames dance against iron pots. Inside, a watery gruel simmers, the evening scant offering a grain watered down to feed the many. You gotta catch some Z's. Have an important test tomorrow. You like the stream if that helps? That's kind of you. Thank you. And have a good night's rest, and good luck with your important test. I hope you pass. I hope you ace it, man. Good luck to you. Good luck to you. For dinner. Is this really enough to feed everyone? And thank you for coming by to watch for a little while, Codex. I appreciate it. We make do with what we have. Here, this one's for you. And this one is yours. And this is yours. Without waiting for a response, she shoves a chipped ceramic bowl into your grasp. Are the shipments from Babylonia not enough? Most of what Babylonia sends are crops and seeds for planting. The ready-to-eat rations are a small part of it. She wipes her hands on her clothes nonchalantly and assumes her post behind one of the iron pots. The iron pot gurgles softly, its watery broth so thin that the sparse grains occasionally surface like secrets from the bottom. There aren't many hetero creatures around, but this is mining territory. The soil was never good for large-scale farming. We used to trade mined minerals with passing merchants for proper supplies. But now, after a few perfunctory stirs, she scoops a half ladle of gruel and pours it for the first person in line. Creatures in the mine. It doesn't take a horde to be deadly for ordinary folks. So now we survive on Babylonia's supplies and what little our stubborn fields provide. Next. With a tap on the pot's edge, she signals the child to move on. The child carries her bowl to the campfire and drains it in one desperate gulp, the watery gruel clearly a mere tease to her hunger. It's rough out here. Officers, is it too difficult to eat? I'm sorry, this is truly the best we can offer. No, not at all. We're grateful you're willing to share what you have. With a smile, you respond to the supervisor's concerns. then lead Liv to a quiet corner. Half a ladle for the children, a single one for the adults. Liv watches the ladle in the supervisor's hand, her pursed lips a silent critique. Such meager portions could never sustain these growing children and working adults. This is barely enough to survive on. Or, this is barely enough to survive on. Yeah, but what concerns me is... You tilt your head toward the residents, a silent prompt for Liv to watch them eat. Commandant, you mean the residents? Food is scarce and danger looms, yet the community exhibits no unrest. A profound, almost unnatural calm has settled upon them. Though every face bears the pallor of malnutrition, not a single pair of eyes reveals sadness, anger, or any emotion at all. The people simply move through the line, eat, and depart with a quiet, mechanical efficiency. This goes beyond numbness. It's so quiet. Unnaturally so. Liv senses something unsettling in the air. The crowd isn't silent. It's a low hum of whispers that swell and recede, a sound more unnerving than true quiet. They feel so muted, emotionally. Nearby, a few children who have already finished their meals are chasing each other. You catch one gently by the shoulder and hold out the bowl of dinner you were given. The child accepts it, her small hands wrapping around the bowl, and looks up at you. Aren't you going to eat it? Though her response holds no excitement, her hunger is undeniable. More tellingly, she shows no fear, which implies that accepting extra rations isn't against the rules. You're still hungry, aren't you? We have plenty of food. Go ahead and eat. The child cradles the bowl, nods slightly, and returns to where she was eating before. Commandant, something doesn't feel right. Liv's brow furrows as she studies the crowd. The campfire casts long, grotesque shadows that writhe around them, yet the residents wait in line, conversing quietly as if nothing were amiss. It's like something is missing from them. Suddenly, the mechanical snarl of an engine tears through the evening quiet. A frantic, violent pounding shakes the conservation area's gate. Open the gate! Open it now! Someone's injured! Hurry! A voice. The patrol team? Bowls and chopsticks are abandoned as the gate yawns open with a metallic scream, letting a ramshackle vehicle rush inside. It's Liam. Liam's injured. My leg! My leg! Sorry, I immediately thought of that fucking SpongeBob meme. My leg! The vehicle is a wreck, painted in the horrifying crimson of large soaking bloodstains. Yeah, my leg! What happened? We were at the mine behind the conservation area, the safe place where hetero creatures have never shown up. We were going to take a rest. His words tumble out in a frantic rush as he leans his full weight onto the soldier's wound, his hands slick with blood. Liam just went to the tree line to take a leak. He wasn't gone 10 seconds before we heard screaming. It hurts. Mom, it hurts so much. My leg. When we got there, that hetero creature was on him. Thank God we have weapons. Mom. Despite the direct pressure, blood pulses from the wound, likely a severed artery. Liam's voice is fading, growing thin and distant. Where's the doctor? Dr. Melano! Mama, I'm scared. It hurts so much. I'm a doctor. I can help. No, you're an attacker. Liv moves to intervene, but another is faster. A stranger bursts from the crowd and skids to a halt beside Liam. Oh shit. In one fluid motion, she kneels and takes over, her hands pressing decisively on the wound. Dr. Melly! Dr. Melly! It hurts. It hurts so much. There's so much blood. Liam seizes her sleeve, his moans ceaseless as he clings to this new, desperate hope. Shh, it's okay. It's gonna be alright. I'm right here. Melano offers reassuring words while working with frantic, untrained haste, cleaning the injury with rough swipes and clumsily seeking a tourniquet. Witnessing the woman's jarringly coarse actions, Liv freezes in place for a heartbeat. Then her own pace instinctively sharpens, quickening from its earlier lag. Excuse me, do you need help? I'm a conscript from Babylonia's Grey Raven Squad. I'm trained in wound debridement? What is that word? Debridement? New word. Time to look it up. What is this? Process of removing dead, damaged, or infected tissue from a wound to promote healing.
Debridement.
Debridement. There we go. English. Debridement procedures. But someone suddenly steps between them, blocking her way. Officer, I'm sorry. Liv furrows her brow, giving the conservation area supervisor a confused look. Well, please, come here and help us. Hearing the exchange between the two, the woman kneeling on the ground turns her head and makes her earnest plea. But Liam needs help. Now's not the time to worry about that. Wordlessly, the supervisor steps aside. Though still confused, Liv quickly kneels beside the injured man. It's a hetero creature bite, and we're already seeing signs of infection. The priority is the serum, followed by a thorough flush with saline. Like this. Liv cleans the wound, explaining the key techniques to the other woman as she works. Milano listens intently, stepping in to assist whenever necessary. But without painkillers, their efforts are met with the man's raw, agonized cries as the disinfectant bites into his flesh. Oh, oh God, it hurts. Mom, am I going to die? Am I going to die? Mom. It's alright. Before Liv can utter a word of comfort, Milano drops everything. She rushes to the injured man's side, cradling him in her arms as she gently massages Liam's forehead. Shh. It's okay, Liam. You'll be alright. I'm here. The pain is leaving now. Liam? As Milano tends to him, Liam's breathing loses its ragged edge, and his cries dwindle. A calmness settles over him so completely that it seems her very touch is leeching the agony from his body. Huh? What are you... Oh. Their unusual interaction catches Liv's attention. She instinctively looks up, only to see Milano's sleeve sliding down as she cradles the injured man. A cold metallic glint reflects the firelight, revealing arms that are distinctly not human. Oh yeah, you can kind of see it under there. It's like the structure is like literal like bone structure. There's like no skin or anything over it. It's like quite literally just a skeleton. That would explain her boss design. And yes, I do know that she... I do know about Milano here. I did watch the live stream after all, or the VOD. Next, we need to debride the infected tissue and remove any foreign matter. Disinfect. And now a basic suture? Alright, another word. A stitch or row of stitches holding together the edges of a wound or surgical incision.
Suture.
Suture. In a few deft motions, the wound is wrapped and secured. Only of a meticulous inspection for infection does Liv finally pack away her medical kit. You're a construct. I noticed because of your high-definition sprite. You're a very important character because of your high-definition sprite. From now on, the focus is on regular disinfection and changing the gauze. I do like her color palette here. I mean, it's just really simple. It's just like a lot of darks and grays with a little bit of whites and green to really just pop. It's simple. It's a simple color palette, but I like it. Milano offers Liv a silent, grateful nod. Then, rising, she gathers the unconscious boy into her arms, his body limp from blood loss. I'll take Liam back to the medical station. Like a wave, the crowd divides divides to create an opening and then converges just as quickly, swallowing the doctor and blocking Liv's view. You move to intervene, but the press of bodies is a silent, firm refusal. The two groups are frozen in a wordless impasse until the supervisor parts the crowd, protectively guiding Liv. Sorry about that, officer. Who is she? That's Miss Melano, the doctor stationed here in Conservation Area 368. The only one we have. I wonder if it's... like, it's Miss Melano, but imagine it's like Miss Melanoe. Melanoe sounds nice. A single glance is all it takes. In unison, you and Liv step back. The gesture is a silent accord that drains the fight from the air. As the tension breaks and the crowd scatters, the supervisor's hesitant expression softens into one of weary apology. Thank you, both of you, truly. If you hadn't been here, Liam would have... Oh, Liam's the boy who was hurt. Poor little thing. She swiftly changes the subject without missing a beat. His parents were miners. Didn't make it out when things went bad. He was born down there. Had never once seen the real sun. Just to keep him alive before Babylonia found us, his family would risk the tunnels, trying to trade scraps of ore for formula. For anything. And then, before he turned 3, they were gone too. He's probably forgotten her face, but when the pain takes him, he still calls for his mother. I suppose that's just instinct, isn't it? She lets out a sigh. Thank goodness Melly was close by. The pain alone could have... At the mention of the name, the supervisor freezes, the words catching in her throat like a bone. Then she simply shakes her head, offering nothing more. Melly. That's the doctor? Internal conflict twists the supervisor's features. She stammers, hesitates, and finally wrests the words from within. Yeah, that was her. The only doctor we have here. Okay, clearly, whatever's going on with this camp, it's because of Melano. Clearly. She stresses the word only again. Yeah, the weird how she mentioned that same line again. She didn't seem accustomed to physical trauma. She didn't really seem like a doctor. Maybe Melly's specialty was something else. We don't really ask about the past. Would you mind telling us where she came from? Well... The supervisor scratches her head in hesitation. You're making it really hard to not... it's really hard to not point out how suspicious you're acting, girl. Come on. What does it matter now? I suppose there's no harm in telling you. She just showed up one day. Wandered out of the mining area. That was a while ago now. Just out of the mining area. Just one day showed up. The mining area. Yeah, it's poor here, that's no secret. But at least there are not many hetero creatures. Years back when folks found this conservation area, they just trickled in. That's just life now. People come and go. You don't ask about a person's past. If you get along, you become family. If you don't, you part ways. Nobody cared what she did before. A bit of learning, the ability to read the labels on the medicine Babylonia sends, that's all we needed. That was more than we had. Huh. You should have seen old Jack trying to cure his sciatica with headache pills. And Sonny, the girl thought you were supposed to drink the whole bottle of cough syrup in one go. But Melly, she changed everything. Everyone here, young and old alike, absolutely adores her. Since she arrived, I'm not exaggerating when I say accidents and mishaps have been cut by more than half. The woman rambles on about all the changes the doctor has brought to the conservation area. Thank you for sharing that with us. Jeez, the music, what in the horror? You take your leave of the supervisor, who seems reluctant to end the conversation. On the way back to camp, the moonlight silvers the rooftops and stretches long, slender shadows across the ground. That doctor, Melano, scratches chin. Or rubs chin. That doctor isn't human. She leaves her hands in plain view. Intricate mechanical constructs of interlocking gears and components that are unmistakably artificial. Can you tell what she is? A construct or a mechanoid? I'm not sure. Her hands. They have mechanical skeletal features or structures, but constructs can have those too. Liv recalls everything she just witnessed. I've also noticed that she can influence the human mind. Influence. Human mind? It's hard to define. It was like she was regulating the mind, or perhaps extracting the sensation itself. It wasn't brute force control, but she certainly had some level of influence. That would possibly explain why the people in this camp seem so out of it. Such neurotechnologies were researched during the Golden Age, but it was a highly specialized field. My knowledge is limited. When that boy Liam was in pain, she either regulated or extracted a core emotion, most likely his pain or his fear. It's like the state of this conservation area. She just removed all forms of like despair or suffering from these people's mind. But now they're just like empty. Just like the state of this conservation area. Liv gazes toward the central plaza, worry etched in her eyes. The only person that seems to be just normal was the supervisor lady. And of course the two guys that came in. Dark clouds slowly veil the moonlight above. Stripped of fear and purged of anger, the residents now exist in a state of placid harmony, making this conservation area a place of unsettling perfection. Is she in Babylonia's official records? Yes. Oh! The terminal casts a soft, ghostly blue light. Here. Melano. Female. Human. Or so they claim. According to her own testimony, she was a doctor working for the mining company here, stationed in the mining area. Mining company. In the mining area? Yeah, according to the records, the miners endured extremely long shifts deep underground. Her role was specifically to treat the depression and psychological strain that developed from such prolonged isolation in the mine. I didn't know a position like that existed. I've actually heard of such roles, but... She purses her lips and continues reading through the document. According to her statement, after the punishing outbreak, she managed to survive inside the mine by relying on stockpiled supplies. It seems she only made her way here to Conservation Area 368 once those supplies were finally depleted. If that really is that same person, then clearly she must have encountered something in the mine. And now she is what she is today. What a convenient backstory. The documentation is almost too thorough. Either way, it's just plausible enough that Babylonia's bureaucracy wouldn't question it. In the wake of the punishing virus, such scenes grew commonplace. Conservation areas have become sanctuaries, steadily collecting the dregs of humanity who had been surviving in the shadows. She's from the mining area, a doctor, and potentially a construct. Is she on that list? She is. The supervisor initially told me that the doctor of the medical station had gone out with the patrol team. Looking back now, I think the supervisor was also lying. They're protecting the doctor. Should we track her down and find out who she really is? Yes. But we need to do it quickly. Every moment you wait increases the risk. That doctor is either a key witness or is hiding something worse. No one vanishes at the very moment Grey Raven arrives without a compelling reason. Understood, Commandant. We move tonight, under cover of darkness. The Web Weaver. With a soft whirring rustle, a mechanical spider dances in the corner, its 8 legs weaving an intricate web in the air. There's a little spooter back in the beginning of the story as well. Back in the Grey Raven Lounge. Night falls, its darkness thickened by clouds that shroud the moon. Within the conservation area, silence reigns, broken only by the routine patrols and by the 2 Grey Raven members slipping like shadows from their quarters. Finally, everyone settles for the night. They certainly don't make it easy to get a moment alone. Ever since you returned from the central plaza, several residents have been lurking around your temporary quarters. They're really keeping an eye on us. This wasn't curiosity. It was surveillance. The ruse only worked after Liv fake extinguished the lights, and you both waited in silence for another 30 minutes. Convinced that you had gone to sleep, the watchers finally withdrew. Under the cover of night, you navigate a world of shifting silhouettes. The patrol soldiers' lanterns warp the conservation buildings into grotesque shapes. You and Liv move between the pulses of light, finding safety in the deep, still darkness behind the structures. Is there a way to find out where the doctor is staying? I have a feeling her quarters won't be far from the medical station. This way, Commandant. Evading the patrol soldiers, you press yourself into the deep darkness under the eaves. Liv leads you to a surprisingly modest tent. From within, a warm yellow light spills out. It seems Melano, the doctor, has decided to stop concealing her presence. Ah, it's you two. Hello there. She's even standing at the entrance of the tent, as if she'd been expecting your visit all along. Hello? I had a feeling you would come. Please, come in and have a seat. We are not enemies. Whatever you wish to know, I'll answer. I like her design. With a gentle smile, Melano draws back the tent flap, releasing a warm, delicate fragrance of wood and herbs to greet you. Wait, Commandant. With a protective step, Liv positions herself in front of you, her gaze darting through the tent to assess it for danger. After a moment, she gestures for you to enter. The space is modest, illuminated by a lantern that casts a warm yellow glow. Against the walls and across the ground are piles of thick, hand-knitted blankets. Despite being furnished with crude and basic materials, the air itself holds a comforting warmth that pushes back the night's chill. Please, make yourselves comfortable. Melano gestures for you to sit, then lifts a kettle from a small stove to pour 2 cups of hot water. She makes no attempt to conceal her inhuman hands. Their steel framework grinds softly with the movement, a whisper of long-neglected maintenance. With a soft whirring rustle, a mechanical spider dances in the corner, its 8 legs weaving an intricate web in the air. According to human etiquette, one should offer guests tea. I apologize, but I don't have any beverages to serve you. Melano offers an apologetic smile. According to human etiquette? Forgive me. I haven't properly introduced myself. I can see the metallic or the mechanical details on her neck, too. Setting down the kettle, Melano straightens her posture and sits firmly upright before speaking with measured deliberation. My name is Melano. As you can see, I am a mechanoid. To your surprise, Melano openly acknowledges her true identity. Everyone here seems to know. This isn't a question. Clearly, the residents of the conservation area have been collectively guarding the doctor's secret. Yes, I've never tried to hide it from them. A clear nervousness betrays Melano as she reaches for the kettle, refilling the teacups in a flimsy gesture meant to disguise her unease. I have never harmed everyone, or I have never harmed anyone. I simply live here, helping where I can. I perform minor medical duties, though my practical experience is still limited. Is that all? That is all. Because I have no combat functions whatsoever. She desperately tries to prove her harmlessness. If it is about earlier with Liam, I did absorb his feelings of suffering. That much is true. Her hands twist and fret against each other. Absorbing emotions. Is that your function? No, it is my job. A soft sigh of relief escapes Melano's lips, as if she's finally found solid conversational ground. She seizes the topic and runs with it. For a complete introduction, I am a psychologist model mechanoid. Psychologist, Generation 3, serial number 3000, triple 007. Melano is the codename my creators gave me. Okay, I had a feeling that... I know I said earlier that, like, something happened to Melano and that's why she is the way she is. But at the back of my head, I was also thinking maybe this person is just was just given the name Melano by the real human Melano. Which in this case, her creator was probably Melano, a human. A psychologist model. During the Golden Age, they did develop them for therapeutic purposes. If I remember correctly, the project was terminated after the second generation due to ethical concerns. All existing prototypes were supposed to have been disposed of. But there are always those who see a use for such abilities, aren't there? So what exactly does a psychologist model do? I remember reading documents about this at FOS. Really? I don't remember reading documents about it at FOS. The psychologist model mechanoids were developed during the Golden Age, designed to regulate human emotions. As technology reached its zenith during the Golden Age, a plague of mental illness spread. The wealthy could afford human therapists, but for the poor, the situation had to be cheaper and more scalable. Thus, to stem a crisis of suicides, the Psychologist Generation 1 was created. Mechanoids equipped with psychological comfort modules to meet a desperate need. Is low morale impacting your bottom line? Are your team struggling with focus, drive, and a lack of corporate synergy? Introducing the revolutionary Psychologist Generation 1. The future of workforce optimization is here. Healthy, eco-friendly, and with zero side effects. Our proprietary positive emotion module gently recalibrates the employee's psyche, and one session only takes 20 minutes. Be among the first to revolutionize your workspace. For a limited time, secure a Psychologist Generation 1 mechanoid for a one-time investment of just 199,999 credits. Oh, you drive a hard bargain. A flickering golden age projection illuminates Liv's terminal. In it, a medical salesman gestures animatedly toward the female mechanoid standing silently behind him, a creation of human-like features. And that was it. Just a positive emotion module? Of course it wasn't. Her brow furrows, a pained expression crossing her features as she delves into an unpleasant memory. The positive emotion module was just a placebo, a database of basic psychology. It was barely a bandage. The real treatment was the emotion extraction procedure that followed. You would translate the brainwaves of negative emotions, isolate the specific neural signals, and then reverse compile a program to send back to the brain. If you eliminate the neural signals for negative emotions, then the feeling itself simply ceases to exist. My father was a board member at the Medical Research Center. I remember when the Generation 1 model launched, the praise was universal. They rushed the development of the Generation 2 immediately after. Right as it hit the market, the first medical incident occurred. A corporate employee stepped casually from the 19th floor landing, laughing and chatting as he fell. Moments before, he had been treated by a psychologist Generation 2 mechanoid for work-related anxiety. The procedure raised his capacity for fear, so he felt no alarm as he stepped into the open air. After that, a series of medical incidents related to the psychologist Generation 2 occurred in rapid succession. It wasn't until the authorities dismantled several units that they uncovered the base logic behind their operations. Melano lets out a deep sigh. When extraction proved inefficient, the emotion consumption protocol would engage. It would directly devour the neural activity in those wavelengths. Once these signals of neural activity are devoured, the emotions they govern briefly vanish from the human experience. It was a fundamental violation of human ethics. That's why the first and second generations were systematically recalled, destroyed. I am a psychologist Generation 3 mechanoid, developed in secret. Melano gives a sad shake of her head. We were already in development when Generation 2 was launched. The corporation simply buried our existence deeper. Subsequently, Generation 3 units were manufactured in secret. They refused to abandon their investment. The final batch of us, we were auctioned off to the highest bidders through underground channels. I was purchased by the mining company here. My designation was domestic service, but my true function was to pacify the workers, to absorb their despair and prevent unrest, until the punishing virus came. And then what happened? What happened in the mine after the punishing virus outbreak? I remained trapped in the mine for a very, very long time. Some of the miners died to machines corrupted by the punishing virus, others in the fights over dwindling supplies. As for me, I don't truly understand it. I just opened my eyes. She struggles to articulate her awakening, latching onto the abstract phrase, opening her eyes, with visible confusion. When my senses finally returned to me, everyone was gone. I navigated through the tunnels that hadn't yet collapsed and eventually found this conservation area. At first, I kept my distance. I was too afraid to approach. But in time, I saw the humans here didn't fear me, so I decided to stay, to live among them. Then why hide from us? I'm sorry. I'd heard rumors that Babylonia isn't particularly welcoming to mechanoids. I mean, I'd like to introduce you to Nanami. Melano's gaze darts away for a moment as she clears her throat in embarrassment. I did the same when the rodent squad first arrived. I kept my distance until I was sure they meant no harm. I asked them about you, but they didn't know much. Only that you were some elite squad that's really tough. Oh, well. I mean, kind of. I was afraid you might drive me away. After all, I'm not human. I heard you were only here to help clear the hetero creatures from the mine. My plan was to stay hidden until you left. But then, Liam... I sensed his suffering. I couldn't just ignore it. Her voice tightens with grief. I knew it would expose me. I knew I could only devour his fear and pain, that it wouldn't heal his injuries, but... Melano's voice trembles. He was calling for his mom. I just couldn't leave that boy there in so much agony. All I could do was try some basic medical techniques from my database, hoping to ease his suffering even just a little. But I didn't know any other procedures. The painkillers were all gone. I could only do the one thing I was built for. A faint trail of tears traces a path down her cheek. Stunned, Melano scrambles for a cloth, her mind reeling at the biological impossibility betrayed by her own mechanical body. Forgive me, Liv lets out a soft sigh and offers her a handkerchief. We're not going to hurt you. In fact, we've become friends with many mechanoids who are kind to humans. Haven't any other mechanoids tried to contact you? Yes, there have been. I swear to God, if you say a motherfucker named Shules. As her emotions gradually settle, Melina wipes away her tears. A mechanoid called Arcana contacted me once. Okay. She said she belonged to an organization for our kind. The Church of Machina. You know them. I was worried I might have revealed their existence. Melina lowers her gaze evasively. Why didn't you go with them? Find your own kind. Wouldn't you be safer with other mechanoids? They did give me an address, a place where I could go and live with them, but you didn't want to leave the people, huh? Is that what it is? Yeah. I don't want to leave the humans behind. As her tears fade, a gentle smile dawns on Melino's face. I don't want to leave them. I love these humans, and my existence depends on them. She smiles with genuine warmth. It's the core programming of every psychologist mechanoid, even with self-awareness. I have no desire to break free from this fundamental logic. I love them, and I rely on them. Observing Melino's innocent smile, you exchange a subtle glance with Liv. This mechanoid shows no obvious abnormalities, at least no trace of the punishing virus. She appears to be just like Nanami, Hanying, and the other mechanoids you have met. On the surface, her story seems plausible enough. While this is no reason to let your guard down, it may be an opportunity to learn what is truly happening inside the mind. You mentioned you worked in the mine for a long time. Would you be willing to tell us about the conditions inside? As you know, clearing the hetero creatures from those tunnels is our primary objective. Of course. Melina agrees without a moment's hesitation. If the mine can be made safe, it would mean a real chance at survival for the people here. What do you need to know? What were the staff in the mine actually doing? And what kind of minerals were actually being extracted from the mine? What were the staff doing? According to the treatment records I was given, some were minors. The negative emotions I absorbed from them were predominantly fear and frustration. The others were listed as researchers. Their primary emotions were exhaustion and a profound sense of terror. Researchers. There seems to be a large laboratory deep within the complex, but due to the nature of my function, I was confined to my designated treatment room for most of my operational period. Melina pauses briefly, a stream of luminous data flickering across her pupils, as if she's retrieving some information. Based on my internal chronology, this was in the late Golden Age. They had been mining for years, excavating tunnels so vast they formed an entire underground city. After I settled here in the conservation area, I went back a few times to scavenge for supplies. That's when I encountered the hetero creatures you're hunting. And something else. What else did you find? A child. A child? Inside the mine? Liv asks, visibly stunned. In times like this, and times like these, an adult can barely feed themselves. How could they hope to raise a child? Melina lets out a sorrowful sigh. I suppose it was a wanderer who, after giving birth, felt she had no other choice, so she left her newborn in the mine. That time I was searching an old warehouse in the mining sector, hoping to find any leftover painkillers. Bandages. These have already deteriorated. In the supply warehouse ravaged by time, the fabric crumbled to dust, falling in a soft cascade from the female mechanoid's hands. She waved the motes from the air, recalibrated her visual module, and forced open another sealed container. Painkillers. Thank goodness there's still a bottle here. Clutching. That's kind of goofy. Seeing the hetero creatures just move to the side like that. Clutching the barely usable painkillers, Melina was about to return to the conservation area when she noticed several hetero creatures converging in the same direction. Faintly, another sound could be heard from that direction. Crying. How is that possible? A base level protocol to protect infants was triggered within her data core. Offering no resistance to the directive, she walked straight into the depths of the pitch-black mine shaft. The hetero creatures had gathered, surrounding an infant. They were preparing to attack. I drove them away and rescued the child, but I paid for it with one arm. Did you find out where the hetero creatures came from? I'm sorry. My combat capabilities are too limited. She shakes her head. Even though the hetero creatures aren't particularly drawn to mechanoids, their claws can still tear through my body with ease. My model is rare. Replacement parts are scarce. That's why I only dared to scavenge around the outskirts. And the infant? What happened to the child? I am just a mechanoid. I don't know how to care for a human infant. Lost in thought, Melano stares at a corner where that mechanical spider waves its eight slender legs, perpetually mimicking the act of weaving a web. I tried to give her water and food, but she wouldn't take it. She just kept crying. So I tried. I tried to devour her distress, but she was so young. New fears and discomfort would surface instantly, and the crying would start all over again. I didn't know how to comfort her. After all, she's only a mechanoid. Where is she now? A couple from the conservation area took her in. She opens the conservation area's registry and points out the names of the couple. This couple. Their own son didn't live to see his 9th birthday. How? I've read the resident manual for Conservation Area 368. Doesn't it have a rule that children under 8 years old receive additional supplies? Liv asks anxiously. Those rations did help him reach 8 years old, and then he accidentally fell into an open mine shaft. By the time we found him, it was too late. After I brought this child back, I placed her with them. I hoped she might bring some solace into their lives. Melano lowers her gaze. I am just a mechanoid. I don't know how to raise a human child. I tried to give her everything I thought was best, but she couldn't grow properly in my care. It was agony to let her go. But I had no other choice, so I asked the couple to take her in. Even if she will never call me mother, just being able to watch over her from a distance. That is enough for me. Uncertainty. About 2 hours into the story, only at node 7. Okay. In the shadows cast by sunlight, countless similar tragedies unfold unseen. Pale daylight pierces through the clouds, and morning mist. No birdsong greets the morning in the mining area. The autumn wind wanders through the valley of towering, layered cliffs. Autumn wind. So now we know what time it is right here. It's the middle of like fall season, I guess, for them. Winter is coming. Knock knock. The door is shaken by an urgent rapping. Hello. Who are you looking for? There's no one at the door. Just a few half-ripened wild fruits scattered on the ground. Who is it? As Liv gathers them, she glances around and catches a glimpse of blue hair peeking out from around the corner. Hello? She tries to approach, but the moment she draws near, the child startles like a frightened animal, leaps up, and dashes away. Wait, what's her name? Looks like it's the same child that was given the bowl of food from the previous node. Before she can even finish her words, the child has already vanished into the deep shadows between the buildings. Am I really that scary? Unable to make sense of the encounter, Liv returns to her room with the wild fruits and finds you awake. Did someone knock at the door? Who was it just now? Oh, it was that little girl from last night. The one you gave your fruit to. That kid. Where's she now? Did she need something? She's already gone. Just left these fruits for us. I think they're from that small grove near the mining area. The one we passed yesterday. The wild fruits display unripe greens and muted reds. They don't look appetizing, but in this resource-starved conservation area, they must be a rare delicacy. Why would she give these to us? Why would she leave these fruits for us? As a way of saying thank you? This conservation area is too small to be self-sufficient, with barely any credits in circulation. The only things people have to trade are their meager food rations and their own labor. Those few fruits could have been traded for extra gruel. Might be her way of saying thank you for last night. I've been keeping an eye on her for a while now. She always seems to get picked on. Perhaps because she's the smallest? I'm gonna guess that she was the baby from the mine. You try to recall what the little girl looked like. It's like a young Jinshi because of her white hair, white eyebrows, yellow eyes. Oh wait, Jinshi doesn't have yellow eyes. Jinshi has white eyes. You looked about 7 or 8 years old. Or 10 years old. Yeah, around that. Yes, she does look about that age. Back on Babylonia, she'd be safe in the youth center. Yesterday morning when I was out investigating, I saw her surrounded by a few of the older children. One day ago, as the hazy morning light filtered through the clouds, Liv left her temporary quarters early. You had been up late again handling Babylonia's affairs, so she decided not to wake you and began the preliminary investigation on her own. The investigation was taking shape. A conservation area resident named Colm had heard relevant information in the medical station, so she would start her search there. Lost in thought about how to proceed, Liv hurried past the tent. Just ahead lay the central plaza. Weirdo, weirdo, the freak with no mommy. I'm not. Oh, she's precious. You are. Everyone else has a mom, only you don't. Bullies. In the open space, several early rising children clapped their hands as they circled a disheveled little girl, singing a discordant chant. You freak. Yesterday your mom said it herself. She's not your real mom. That means you don't have a mom at all. Oh, I was right. She is that baby. The children's innocent malice was like a potato sprouting in darkness, growing unchecked in the damp shadows of their imaginary world. I do have one. Then tell us who your mom is. Say it and we'll let you play with us. An older child moved closer, then gave the girl's tangled hair a sudden, cruel tug. Hey, damn kids, man. The girl in the center clenched her tiny fists, her face a mixture of helplessness and confusion. Oh, so you are the freak with no mom. What are you doing? The bullying came to an abrupt halt with an outsider's intervention. Yes! Yeah, get out of here. Goddamn kids, get off my lawn. The older children scattered in all directions the moment they saw Liv approaching, darting away with practiced speed down separate escape routes. Instead of giving chase, Liv approached the blue-haired girl. Blue? She knelt down and gently wiped the dirt from her face with a handkerchief. I can't believe I just processed that now. Blue hair? Were they being mean to you? You know, if someone's being unkind, you should always tell your family about it. What is family? It kind of is blue. It's like a really, really, really light blue. Confusion filled the girl's brown eyes. Brown? I must be colorblind. Family. Well, it's the people who care for you, like your mom or dad, or brothers or sisters. Liv looked equally bewildered. Concepts as basic as mom and dad should be among the first words a child learns to speak, and yet... There's like a little bit of brown in her eyes. I don't know what any of those are supposed to be. The girl's hair was tangled and unkempt, her clothes stained with a grime that spoke of long-term neglect. Mom, I do have... Mom? Where... The unfamiliar words tumbled awkwardly from her lips as she repeated them, her small brow furrowing with growing distress. She was simply too young to articulate her thoughts into coherent sentences. As if seeing a reflection of her younger self, Liv's expression softened, and she gently drew the child into her arms. It's okay. You don't need to worry about it now. She ran her fingers through the girl's long hair, patiently smoothing out the tangles. You know, sometimes people get separated for a little while, and when you grow up, I'm sure you'll be able to find your mom. Separated. Is that really true? Of course it is. That's why you have to make sure you grow up healthy and strong. After carefully arranging the hair into a tidy style, Liv led her to the conservation area supervisor's place and knocked on the door. Oh my, you're up early, officer. Is there something I can help you with? I'm sorry to disturb you, but I found this little one all alone. Would you happen to know where she belongs? A child? The long-haired girl peeked out timidly from behind Liv, only half her face showing. Ah, her. Yes, I know her. Has she wandered off again? Don't you worry, officer. Just leave her with me. I know exactly where she lives. Seeing the faint resistance in the child's eyes, Liv paused a moment before voicing her question. If you don't mind me asking, could you tell me a bit about her family? I couldn't help but notice some of the other children were being rather unkind to her. Oh, that. Not a special story around here, I'm afraid. She was abandoned as a baby. Someone found her and sent her here. I was right. A couple took her in. Their own child had gone missing, you see. I think they were hoping to fill that void. But she's not theirs by blood and, well, some hearts don't have room for a second chance. The conservation area supervisor gave a knowing look. All right now, come along. Let's get you back. Then the supervisor took the girl's hand and led her away toward the outskirts of the conservation area. Liv shakes her head while organizing the combat supplies. Abandoned at birth, so she doesn't even know what family means, or who her mom really is. Your lips part, but you find yourself at a loss for words. In the shadows cast by sunlight, countless similar tragedies unfold unseen. Let's try our best to resolve the situation here. Find the person familiar with the mining area. Clear out the hetero creatures there. If this conservation area grows more prosperous, then perhaps this child could receive more food and care. Or can we just take her to Babylonia? Please? Can we adopt her? Can I have her as my own child? See, earlier when you said adopt her, Kyle, you had the right idea. You got the right idea. Yeah. Liv presses her lips together, then opens her terminal to organize the information gathered over the past few days. The list obtained earlier contains a total of 7 people, including the doctor. The 2 patrol members were merely passing through the area. By analyzing their movement against the conservation area's entrance surveillance footage, you can calculate their walking speed and exact time of passage. What about these 2 in the medical station? I've already spoken with Melano and personally checked on them. One is an elderly patient with significant brain damage. I'm afraid he won't be waking up anytime soon. The other lost a lot of blood. Even if she regains consciousness, she'll be far too weak to even leave her bed. 4 names are now crossed off the list. The only remaining suspects are Melano and the 2 people who took a vehicle into the mining area to prospect for resources. Melano. Let's set her aside for now. We'll put her investigation on hold. Theoretically, Melino is highly suspicious. However, given her special identity and the conservation area supervisor's protective attitude, starting with her would likely tip your hand. Then that leaves only the two fled into the mining area. Ark and Nyler, 23 and 25 years old, both adult males. According to the registry, they were both born right here in the conservation area. Their parents were mine workers who stayed behind after the punishing outbreak. They entered the mining area some time ago and haven't returned since. Let's see. By the way, can we still contact Rodent? I'll try to reach them. You gone? Sorry. Lips are chapped, so I had to put on some chapstick. It's winter after winter's coming after all. Things are starting to get colder here. Here in Canada. After a brief dial tone, the line connects. Though still broken by static, the signal is stronger than before. Great. Raven? The dark-skinned captain appears absolutely thrilled. Hello, this is Betty, Commandant of Grey Raven. May I ask what your current operation plan is? Operation plan? The terminal stutters, seemingly about to lose connection again, when the screen violently shakes. Clearly, Fleo has once more resorted to his self-taught repair method. That should do it. He chuckles with self-satisfaction. Like I was saying, we're planning to go deeper into the mine. Try and find where these hetero creatures are coming from. I was under the impression that Rodin was not particularly skilled in combat. We may not excel in combat, but we're experts at digging. In these tunnels, we know how to stay alive. We're rats. Normally we'd play it safer, but something's off down here this time. Leo pulls out his notebook and carefully checks the recorded information. See, according to my logs, this mine usually spawns hetero creatures like clockwork. A new batch pops up every 2 weeks or so. Our usual routine was to swing by and clear them out before they could multiply and threaten the conservation area. That regularly. Could something be controlling them? I'm not entirely sure. We've already blocked. He flips a page in his notebook. Blocked about 5 exit points and collapsed a dozen old tunnels, but they just keep coming. So Ymir's theory is the problem's the mine itself. Our sensors show, flips another page in his notebook, that the punishing concentration levels are going crazy in there, fluctuating erratically. She thinks something might be hatching them, like the red tide. It's a serious problem either way. What's different this time? The numbers. There are far fewer of them than before. He finally stops flipping his notebook and closes it. This was supposed to be a routine cleanup, but the hetero creature numbers are way down, almost 2/3 fewer than usual. We're using this lull to push deeper, see if we can finally find their breeding ground. Understood. We will enter the mine in approximately 1 day. A day from now. Wait, me are coming to meet up with us? The legendary Grey Raven? Awesome! Awesome! I need to see the Grey Raven Commandant is really as... Just forget about it. You already lost your credits to me. Leo firmly pushes down the two heads, desperately trying to wriggle into the frame, laughing heartily all the while. Then we'll be waiting for you. Oh, right. The mine's a maze. If you don't want to get lost, you should regularly contact us to keep your bearings. It's okay. Don't worry about it. By the way, have you run into any residents from the conservation area? Residents from the conservation area? Ark and Nyler. We found their vehicle near the conservation area's outskirts. Oh, those two. The commotion around them suddenly seems to drain away. We ran into them. We totally warned them the mine was swarming with hetero creatures lately, but they charged in anyway. What's the point of trading ore if you're not around to spend the credits? Reckless. He shakes his head. Don't worry, we've got them settled at our makeshift camp. They're safe for now. Good to know. We'll contact you again once we're inside. Okay. The image glitches and warps, finally freezing on a bizarre frame. Is the signal in the mine really this bad? I think I brought a signal booster transceiver. Liv retrieves 2 button-sized signal amplifiers from her supply pack and attaches them to both of your terminals. I've brought spare power units too. Commandant, we're ready to go. Let's go. Leaving the conservation area behind, the two of you return to the narrow path. Massive primordial rocks stand like sentinels on either side, while a grayish-white mist curls through the dark, looming mountains, saturating the air with a thick, cloying presence. Why does this path feel so unfamiliar when you have walked it before? A heavy fog slithers along the narrow passage. Liv? What's wrong? Liv? You raise your voice slightly, causing Liv to flinch. Her pupils contract as the jolt finally snaps her back to reality. I'm sorry, Commandant. I was just a little lost in thought. Liv presses her lips together, her voice tinged with hesitation. Commandant, is this the same path we took that day? Open the terminal to verify. The terminal's map reveals that, besides your entry path, only one other trail crosses the conservation area, a route leading directly to the mining area. It is the same path. Did something happen? Did you notice something? I'm not quite sure, but something about this place feels off. Let's keep going a little further. I like how they did this chapter so far. I know this is like node 7, I think. But just straight from the very beginning, there was already quite a bit of intrigue because of the whole mind thing and then evolution. Mind and evolution. Well, that's not to say every other chapter and story wasn't intriguing from the beginning, but teacher knows they just know how to keep you hooked from the beginning of a chapter. At least for some people like myself. Mountain fog gradually swallows the path, blurring everything into a formless haze. For a moment, it's impossible to discern any way forward. This fog is so thick. And with a K, too. It's not 2 C's thick. It's not 3 C's thick. It's 1K thick. So it shouldn't be that bad. Wait, I see it. This is definitely right. That's our vehicle from last time. Through the hazy mist, the vehicle stands like a silent signpost, marking the spot the two of you had reached on your previous visit. The backup power supplies make the repairs simple. With barely any effort, the engine roars to life. On the road again. The vehicle's compact cabin provides a sense of security as you speed along, gradually dispelling the oppressive weight of the thick fog and looming rock formations outside. The road is much clearer from here. At this speed, we should reach the mining area in about 30 minutes. Liv abruptly cuts herself off and slowly brings the vehicle to a halt. What's wrong? The fog wraps the landscape in a thick veil, hiding any unusual details. Puzzled, you step out of the vehicle beside Liv. What is this? The two of you stop before a patch of underbrush several meters away from the road. Don't let anyone connect with your mind, unless you're extreme. I mean, if you're going to be a construct, you're going to need a commandant, because you need to keep your mind stable, so you have to let them connect, whether you're close or not. The two of you stop before a patch of underbrush several meters away from the road. I read that. A wide swath of vegetation lies flattened and bent, creating a trail that stretches far into the distance. Why are there drag marks here? That doesn't seem good. Would they transport supplies or minerals through here? Even in times of peace, transportation routes rarely deviate from the established paths, let alone in the current situation. After a silent shared understanding with Liv, you both return to the vehicle and adjust your course. The vehicle races forward. Time becomes distorted, devoured by the thick fog until the duration of your travel is almost impossible to gauge. Damp mist swirls between towering rock formations. Then, through the haze, a massive crater of jagged, uneven edges gradually materializes ahead. Is this also part of the mining area? 368 is certainly hiding a lot of secrets. As you continue forward, a large artificial platform materializes ahead of your vehicle. Rust-covered mechanical parts lie scattered across its surface like forgotten bones. Moss and vines have aggressively reclaimed this place, weaving into a thick carpet that emits a strange, sweet fragrance. On the ground, several jarring furrows have torn through the dense moss, as if the cargo being dragged had struggled violently. The trail ends here. Looking up, you see the mine entrance, a yawning mouth of profound darkness that seems to beckon you inside. You exchange a knowing glance, shut off the engine, and exit the vehicle. With deliberately lightened footsteps, you cautiously cross the threshold into the mine. There we go. So we're a quarter of the way through. So far, it's taken 2.5 hours. Among the mountains, the mineral crystals in the rock walls pulse with halos of unseen light, while hetero creatures or perhaps something else entirely stir and rustle in the depths of their shadowy nest. The air reeks of decay and abandonment. At first, the daylight filtering through the entrance barely illuminates your path. As you venture deeper, the mine's entrance shrinks to a mere pinpoint of light behind you. Ahead lies only absolute darkness. As you proceed, tiny pinpricks of light begin to flicker along the tunnel walls. Take a closer look. They are glow sticks, jammed into the rock in a strange, haphazard manner. They're Babylonia issued. Must be left behind by rodent as markers, says Liv as she switches on the lighting device. Ooh, flashbang. You squint as your eyes adjust to the new glare. Under the powerful beam, every detail of the mine stands exposed. Wait, did I say stands or stand? Oh, stands exposed. The site has clearly been abandoned for years. Unidentifiable mechanical debris and wrenches lie scattered about, littered with occasional hetero creature corpses. Dust impartially blankets everything in this place, long forgotten by time. On the ground, distinct grooves form a trail leading deeper into the mine. After moving forward a bit further, the trail changes. The continuous grooves have given way to distinct, spaced impressions. Take a deep breath. And exhale. A child's footprints? Liv opens her mouth but hesitates, finally biting her lower lip. Hetero creatures wouldn't go to such trouble to drag away humans, especially a child so light. Liv refuses to consider what that implies. Let's follow that trail. Understood. Liv dims her lighting device and takes the lead as the two of you dash deeper into the mine. The interior winds and twists in all directions. Despite several attempts, the satellite cannot scan an accurate map. Liv has no choice but to press on, following the footprints pressed into the ground. But in the mine, the child supposedly dragged inside is clearly not the only one capable of leaving such traces. You back out of the third wrong junction you've entered. Open fire. The hissing hetero creatures retreat from your gunfire, scattering back into the tunnel's depths. From another direction, Liv comes running out of a fourth passage. No luck that way either? No, there's nothing but hetero creatures that way too. This isn't getting us anywhere. What if what they dragged in here is just a child? Every wasted minute could put them in greater danger. Let's contact Rodent. Rodent has been exploring the mine for a while, so they should have a basic map. Or better yet, they might have already run into the child. After a series of intermittent static bursts, Fleo, the captain of Rodent, finally connects to the communication line. Hey Raven, are you already inside the mine? Have you seen any of the markers we left behind? The vastness of the mine gives Fleo's voice an eerie, hollow resonance. We have, but we've run into some unusual circumstances. Would you be able to send us a general map of the mine and grant us location tracking permissions? It would help us keep track of each other. Map. Leo's voice pauses briefly. Map transmitted. Permission granted. Sync our locations to each other's terminals every 30 minutes. Understood. Mine's maze. Do a safety check-in every hour. It's okay. Don't worry about it. 3 green dots representing the Rodent members materialize on the opposite side of the crude map displayed on the terminal. One more thing. Have you seen any sign of a child over there? Or heard anything? A child? The transmission is now marred by noticeable static. I haven't seen a child. We are in what seems to be an old laboratory area now. There's something off here. The signal is terrible. Squeak. After a burst of harsh, piercing static, the communication cuts off completely. That can't be right. I already installed signal boosters before we entered. Liv taps the terminal with a puzzled expression. There might be some kind of jamming device in that lab area. I suppose that would explain it. Opening the terminal reveals the basic map made by Rodent, its display clearly marking all the branching tunnels and notable features within the mine. Let's keep moving. With the map to guide you, your search progresses much faster. Commandant, why do you think they would bring a child to a place like this? The cave is pitch black, your lighting equipment useless against the mining tunnel's overwhelming depth. This is hardly a place anyone would bring a child for fun. I'm not sure. The possibilities are a churning pit. After a moment's thought, 3 or 4 grim reasons surface. Could there still be an active experimental facility hidden deep within the mine? A conservation area child, or a wanderer's child. Their disappearance would go unnoticed, making them perfect test subjects. Or did the child overhear a dangerous secret? Conservation Area 368 has a mechanoid doctor and several people supposedly aware of mind and evolution. Could the child have overheard something and then been discovered? And also, there are far too many possibilities to determine the most likely scenario now. Let's keep moving forward. The answers will only reveal themselves once you find the missing child. Yeah. Liv furrows her brow and quickens her pace. The dim halo of the lighting device sweeps across the rocky walls, revealing mine shafts winding haphazardly through the stone layers, a spider's web entangling the land. The mineral crystals in the rock walls pulse with halos of unseen light, while hetero creatures, or perhaps something else entirely, stir and rustle in the depths of their shadowy nest. Traces. Someone whispers softly. Traces. They're still searching for those traces. They're searching. Searching. Searching for that. The whispers fade, drowned out by the clear echo of footsteps in the mine tunnels. After passing through layer upon layer of man-made caverns, Liv makes an exciting discovery at a fork previously explored by Rodent. Come on, the traces are becoming clearer. Over here. She adjusts her light source, brightening it. There on the ground, a child's footprints are clearly visible in the dust. According to the map, we should still be in the shallow levels. As you follow the trail, the footprints don't lead deeper into the mine. Instead, they persistently circled the shallow tunnels as if deliberately trying to make someone lose their way. Then, a reflection in the corner of the fork catches your attention. Take a closer look. A wrapper from one of the supply packs Babylonia sent to the conservation area. The date printed on the recyclable wrapper is from last month. You continue forward to another fork. The mine tunnel narrows drastically. Even the rodent squad never ventured in this direction. No minerals, no resources. This is likely just a nook that miners carved out long ago as a resting spot. Chaotic footprints are pressed deep into the dust. It seems they rested here for a while. They separated here. The adult's footsteps stop over there. She points to a narrow path hidden behind the rock wall. But the child's, they lead deeper inside, toward the deeper parts of the mine. The path deeper in leads to even darker tunnels. Do you think they ran into some kind of danger? Something that forced them to split up? Doesn't seem that way. The map provided by Rodin marks this hidden path, most likely a shortcut the miners carved for their own use. It bypasses all the branching tunnels ahead, leading directly to the mine entrance. No matter the circumstances, no one, no responsible adult, would allow a child to venture into unknown danger. More likely, the adults have already left through that passage. That child. Their purpose might be to abandon the child. Why? Because of rations, supplies. But doesn't Conservation Area 368 provide extra supplies for children under 8? Liv stares ahead in disbelief. Somewhere in the darkness of these mine tunnels, a child might be wandering alone, abandoned by their family for the sake of food. But only for those under 8. Children over 8 are deemed to possess basic foraging abilities, and due to this current scarcity, the conservation area no longer provides them with additional supplies. Yet a child with a family wouldn't be cast out simply because their ration supplies were stopped. In wealthier conservation areas, communities even establish schools or childcare centers to raise and educate children together. But a child with no family in an area that lacks the resources to care for them? What then? You go eat dinner? Yeah, okay. Well, enjoy your dinner. Liv presses her lips together and quickens her pace. Children need plenty of food. Plenty of food and plenty of love. They must draw enough nourishment from both to fuel their growth. But in times like these, there simply aren't enough resources for an orphan in an impoverished conservation area. This fork in the path holds nothing worth exploring, with only sparse minerals jutting from the rock walls. Rodent Squad marked this branch on their map. Nothing here. Even hetero creatures can't be bothered to stay here. The path ahead grows darker, forcing Liv to constantly adjust her lighting equipment to pierce the gloom. The rock walls press inward from both sides, the passage behind you narrowing. The two of you can only proceed single file as the pungent smell of damp earth grows stronger in your nostrils. The distinct sound of water echoes from somewhere nearby. Commandant, is there anything behind us? Nothing. We can keep moving forward. Liv stops abruptly, and you nearly collide with her back. Liv? What's wrong? Instinctively, you draw your sidearm and aim it over Liv's shoulder toward what lies ahead. In the halo of your equipment's light stands a child with long blue hair, clutching a bright red wild fruit, staring blankly down the path. Liv freezes for a moment, then rushes to the child's side. Are you okay? She sets her light down and quickly examines the girl. The little girl sways slightly in Liv's arms, her expression blank and stunned, unable to comprehend what is happening. Yeah. Thankfully, there are no visible injuries. Murky droplets fall from the stalactites overhead, spreading across like moss-slicked stone floor. The fading beams of human light streak through the mine tunnel like shooting stars in the darkness. Like specters wandering through twisted passages, faint, skittering sounds emerge from the depths of the lair. They have found. Jump scare, boo! Found. What was that sound? Liv's head lifts in a sharp, alert gesture, and you immediately mirror her action. You draw your gun. You heard something? Commandant, did you hear something? Listening intently, you find nothing in the cave beyond the echo of footsteps and the occasional drip of water. Listen again. I don't hear anything, but listen again. Human senses will always be inferior to those of constructs. No matter how much you concentrate, you can only perceive the ambient sounds around you. I don't hear anything unusual. What did you hear? I'm not quite sure. It's like a sudden sense of unfamiliarity that emerges in a fog. What she heard, or perhaps received, is chaotic, jumbled. She can't grasp what it's saying. Is it really a sound at all? Let's get out of here first. With a child in your care, you can't afford to take risks. Yeah, let's leave first. In the mining tunnel, the footsteps of the three gradually fade into the distance. Dazed nightmare. A deep thunder-like rumbling echoes through the rocky cavern. Upon reaching a relatively secure area, Liv immediately activates her light, kneels, and begins examining the child. How is she doing? Is she alright? She's okay. A few scrapes and she's severely malnourished. That's all. While treating the child's scrapes with disinfectant, Liv speaks to her in a gentle voice. How did you find your way here? I came. The grown-ups brought me. Whether from extreme trauma or fear, her words came out in broken fragments. The mine. Bad. I didn't want to come. Grown-ups from the house brought me here. Where did those grown-ups go? I don't know. They gave me fruits, then they disappeared. I couldn't catch up. How could anyone do this? As the missing child is found, the mystery unravels, each cruel possibility confirmed one by one. Liv has never encountered adults who would treat a child like this. The world is undeniably dark, ravaged by endless conflict. She has seen women risk their lives to bring newborns into this world, and strangers band together to care for orphaned youths. She has never realized that children could be viewed as enemies, competitors for precious resources. The mine bad. I wanted to leave, but I got lost. The little girl recounts how she came to be here in fragmented words. Then I just got here. As the reality of her situation dawns on her, her lip quivers, and she is on the verge of tears. She's about to cry. Comfort her. You frantically pat yourself down, searching for something to pacify the child. Find nothing except your sidearm, ammunition, and a few vials of serum. Ooh, the insignia. That's cute. Give her the insignia. Seemingly intrigued by the shiny gray ribbon emblem on it, the little girl sniffles and takes the insignia from your hand. Commandant? Liv looks at you in confusion. She was about to cry, so I should give her something to distract her. Right? Well, maybe you're right. Liv breaks into a smile. In any case, you have successfully prevented the child from crying out loud and attracting hetero creatures here. Though this camp is relatively safe, it isn't a place to stay, especially not with an unpredictable child. Alright, let's head back to the conservation area for now. The bumpy path through the mining area is a nuisance, and the constant backtracking seems odd. but venturing deeper into the mines on a mission with a child is out of the question. 4th grade Raven member. Yeah, let me quickly update Rodent on the situation. It seems that as Rodent ventures deeper into the laboratory area, establishing communication is taking progressively longer. After a seemingly endless dial tone, they finally answer the call. This is Rodent, reading you for the 1500 status check. This is Grey Raven. We've located a child in the mine. We are returning to the conservation area to ensure his safety. Child. Conservation area. Static grows increasingly harsh, his voice nearly drowning in a sea of interference. Copy that. The call cuts off abruptly. Ugh. As if it were an illusion, the moment the call ends, that strange sense of dissonance rises again from within her visual module. Liv? What's wrong? That's like the 3rd or 4th time. Liv? What's wrong? Liv? What's wrong? What's wrong, Liv? You steady Liv as always as she sways, immediately scanning her mind. There are only minor fluctuations, well within normal parameters, but your own mind beacon shows no abnormalities. It's still my visual module. Could be something wrong with the processor, but I'm not really sure. Man, if only Lee was here, maybe he'd figure something out, right? If only. It might be caused by the minor mind fluctuations from earlier. It's fine. Rodent also mentioned that the minerals in this area can cause slight mind disruptions. Rodent Squad didn't mention these effects inside the mining tunnels, but for some reason, you can't shake the feeling that there's more to this than meets the eye. Let's head back to the conservation area first. After logging the fluctuations in Liv's mind, the two of you escort the child toward the mine entrance. Throughout the journey, the child remains quiet, clutching Liv's hand tightly as you walk forward, not once breaking into the loud crying you'd expect from a child in such a situation. As you approach the mine entrance, the punishing detector on your protective suit suddenly flashes red. The punishing fire's concentration is rising. In one swift motion, you wrap the child in a spare protective suit while Liv already stands poised for battle. Aren't they arriving a bit too soon? It was the same path you took when entering the mine. Even if new hetero creatures had spawned, they couldn't possibly have formed this quickly. Must have moved here from another part of the mine. Hetero creatures have always possessed an innate drive to attack humans, not for food, nor for sport. The Science Council once delved into this behavior, but their research yielded nothing. These creatures are simply humanity's natural enemies, attacking for no reason other than to attack. Moved here. Pew pew. After eliminating the cluster of hetero creatures, you find 2 human corpses at the center of the circle the monsters had formed. A discovery both shocking and grimly expected. They look like residents from the conservation area. The grown-ups. The little girl, who had been silent for most of the journey, suddenly speaks. She stares at the 2 bodies mangled beyond recognition by vicious bites, her amber eyes holding not fear but an unsettling calm. The grown-ups from the house brought me here. Oh, don't tell me those are like the foster parents. Were they the ones who brought you here? The grown-up said I'm old enough now. Earn my food. By mining. Bastards. How old are you? This year. The grown-up said I'm almost 8 years old. Almost 8 years old? They sent a 7-year-old down here, bro. Why are they sleeping there like that? The child seems unable to grasp the concept of death. She only stares at the 2 adults lying on the ground with puzzlement, wondering why they don't simply stand up and continue on their way. They must be very tired. They'll wake up later. Liv kneels down and gently pulls the child into her arms, shielding her from the grim spectacle. Hold on. Could you please take her to the next junction ahead? I'll take care of things here and join you later. Alright. A deep thunder-like rumbling echoes through the rocky cavern. Moments later, Liv catches up from behind. I've buried them at that junction. That should prevent more hetero creatures from being drawn to the area. Let's go. The daylight from the mine entrance is now just ahead. Deeper in the rocky passages, deeper still, in places untouched even by the rodent squads, a sourceless stream flows through the stone. A vast web of interconnected strands carries messages through the darkness. Limbs rise, weaving the threads of the next chapter. They are gone. They left. Have they really left? What? Spooky. The journey back to the conservation area is remarkably smooth. The thick fog has been chased away by the setting sun, revealing the mountain's stark contours. The sinking sun melts into the steep rock faces, painting them in varying shades of amber. No birds fly over the mining area, but the evening breeze carries one of autumn's rare, lingering warmth. Like a signpost, the abandoned vehicle still stands by the roadside, now gilded in the rich golden light. Ark and Nyler should be fine back in the mine, right? They should be. Roden said that they've settled them safely at their camp. The three arrive at the conservation area just as lead-gray clouds begin to spread across one corner of the sky. Surprisingly, Melano stands at the entrance, anxiously scanning the road as if waiting. As soon as she spots the vehicle in the distance, she races toward it desperately, nearly tripping over the hem of her dress in her haste. Melano, has something happened at the conservation area? Liv hits the brakes and pulls the vehicle to the side of the road. The moment the door opens, the little girl is the first to leap out. Melano, who has been running over, immediately drops to her knees and sweeps the child into a tight embrace. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. I should have known. I should have seen it. Okay, those two were the dead parents then, or foster parents. Otherwise, why would she be apologizing? Her hands flutter over the girl, frantically checking for injuries, her voice trembling. I never should have left you with them. I knew better. Melano clutches the girl tightly against her chest, but her strength is unyielding. The child gasps, her small hands pushing feebly against the metal arms. Melano? You're going to hurt her. Catching the girl's pleading eyes, Liv's voice cuts softly through the tension. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. The embrace breaks as Melano recoils, sorrow and alarm warring on her features. The girl seizes the chance, starting from her arms to cower behind Liv. What are you doing out here? Is this the child you told us about? Yes. Melano's gaze remains locked on the child behind Liv, terrified that even a blink will make her vanish again. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare her. I was just so worried. Melano's hands twist together in a nervous knot before she forcibly stills them at her sides. She draws a slow, deliberate breath. This afternoon, I was on my way to the medical station. I passed their house, like I always do, but it was quiet. No one was home. Aisling is always playing outside at that hour. Aisling? Or Aisling? Yeah, that's the name I gave her, but they've never called her that. I thought they'd give her a new name, but no. It's always just been Hey. After a brief silence, Melano continues. I looked for Aisling everywhere. Their home, their worksite, the couple wasn't there either. Why does it feel like the S in the name is like silent? Ailing? Aisling? Aisling sounds better than Aisling. Aisling. Someone said they saw the couple taking her toward the mining area early this morning. I wanted to go after her, but you know what I am. I'm just a psychologist model mechanoid, never built for combat. I was too afraid to leave the conservation area. When I heard from the supervisor that you were also in the mining area, it was my only hope. I prayed you would run into them. Where are they? I mean the two adults. Didn't they come back with you? About that. Melina peers behind Liv with a puzzled expression. A couple? They're gone. Liv leans in close to Melina and whispers in her ear. What? How could that happen? The traces found along the way make the story easy enough to piece together. Like a discarded character from a fairy tale, a young girl with amber eyes named Aisling was led into the mine by her foster parents just before her 8th birthday. With her no longer able to secure the extra supplies for the conservation area, they decided she had outlived her usefulness. She fought them, of course, but a child's instinctual struggle was nothing against adult strength. They dragged her into that pitch-black hell. The mining tunnels twisted like the massive, intricate spine of a serpent, a labyrinth where even adults could barely find their way through. Was a perfect tomb for a child. They left her with nothing but a single wild fruit, abandoning her in the dangerous abyss. Untouched for years, the tunnels could offer countless ways to die. Discovery by hetero creatures, the snap of a forgotten trap, a sudden collapse of rock, or a silent, endless fall into one of the deep shafts that scarred the mining area. Tears already streamed silently down Melina's face. I'm so sorry. I should have known. I should have seen it. What kind of parent would let their own child accidentally wander into the mine alone? Her hand trembles as she reaches out, a hesitant gesture toward the girl hiding behind Liv. This isn't your fault. No one could have predicted such a tragedy. When I brought Aisling to them, she was so small. Just a baby. From all the emotions I've detected in humans, I've learned that humans form bonds, that they care for their young. I thought if she didn't remember me, she could form a real bond with that family. That they would love her and raise her as their own. Melina lowers her gaze, a sigh escaping her lips. I was built to absorb negative emotions, but I can't absorb the malice in human nature. Even psychologists can't cure the malignancy within a soul. It finds it difficult to pass judgment on anything that's happened here. So, what will you do now? What will you do now? Will you look after her? I can help you apply for extra supplies for Aisling, at least until she's older. The neglect Aisling suffered in her adoptive home is evident. It has left her with a lasting impact. She struggled to form clear words and articulate her thoughts, skills that should have been nurtured long ago. Melina presses her lips together, gazing sadly at Aisling, who is still hiding behind Liv. Can I really take proper care of her? Her voice drops to a pained whisper. I'm just a mechanoid. What can I truly offer? I have no human warmth. I don't understand a human child's needs. I could never be a mother to her. Aisling shrinks further behind Liv, refusing to leave the safety of her shadow. Then Aisling. Could you look after her? Just for a little while? Summoning her courage, Melina makes her request, her voice barely a whisper. Us? Take care of her? Yes. She trusts you. She's grown attached to you already. If you could just keep her safe for a few days, I can inform the supervisor and find a proper family for her. A real family this time. It wouldn't be for long. You're planning to stay here for a while anyway, right? The supervisor mentioned your mission, clearing the hetero creatures from the mine. She could stay in the medical station while you work. She's so well behaved. She wouldn't be any trouble at all, I promise. Melina's pleading eyes shift from Liv to the human commandant, her desperation laid bare. But we have other missions to attend to. Liv glances helplessly at the human commandant beside her, seeking guidance. Please, just for a little while. She really likes you. I can see it. Her voice is earnest, bordering on a plea. In the twilight, the conservation area is bathed in the warm glow of amber bonfires. Liv hesitates, caught in a moment of hesitation. A loud stomach growl erupts from beside her. Are you hungry? The child named Aisling says nothing, merely clutching Liv's sleeve with one hand and that wild fruit with the other. Why don't you eat that fruit? It's yours. The fruit. Her gaze, when it lifts to Liv's, is pure and guileless. This fruit, really sweet. You eat it. You helped me. Big kids ran away. You're nice. This person gave me gruel. Also nice. The fruit. You can eat it. You eat it. Then she extends her hand. The fruit is crushed beyond recognition in her grip. A muddy, misshapen thing. Yet a faint sweet fragrance still rises from it. You see? She's already attached to you. Just for a little while, I promise. I'll find a proper family for her as soon as I can. Please, can you help her? All right. All resistance melts away. Liv takes Aisling's little hand in hers and lets out a soft, resigned sigh. Well, no. It's just... Yes, what is it? Aisling really doesn't eat much. I'll find a way to provide for her meals. No, it's not about Aisling. It's just... nothing. Don't worry about it. Liv answers Melina with a warm smile, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. Come on, Liv. You know you want to take her in yourself. Only once Melina has gone does she let her focus settle on the nearby vehicle, her gaze lingering pensively on its tires. During today's trip, she remembers she hasn't slowed down at all. A soft rustle of fabric breaks her thoughts. She looks down to find Aisling staring up at her. A faint trace of anxiety is visible in the child's eyes, as if she is waiting for a sign. Understanding, Liv gently ruffles Aisling's hair, her voice soft and tender. Come on, let's go home. Precious. The veil between. Her gaze stretches across the conservation area, where a thick mist shrouds the layered mountains, dissolving the very horizon into a seamless, muted gray. Conservation Area 368. Warning. All compelling narratives must be built on a fundamental structure, and a story's resolution must feel earned through its characters to be believable. Yeah, tell that to the people who read the first few chapters of PGR. Liv reads the words on her terminal, her eyes skimming the foreign post without truly seeing it. Her attention is scattered, her mind adrift in a fog. Well, lately, it seems every article and post has echoed the same sentiment, just like yesterday. What had she seen yesterday? Her thoughts plunge into an unexpected void, a perfect blankness where the memory should have been. She suddenly could recall nothing from yesterday at all. Knock, knock. A faint knocking sound echoes at the door, like a small animal seeking shelter. Liv jolts, the sudden movement startling you as you approach the table, 2 steaming cups of coffee in your hands. Liv? Oh, I'm so sorry. For a few seconds, Liv remains frozen under your gaze, then, blinking, she shakes herself free and hurries to the door. A small girl with long blue hair stands there, twisting her hands. Upon seeing Liv, the girl carefully extends her hands, offering a handful of wild fruits. Good morning. She crouches down with a smile, bringing herself to the girl's eye level and accepts the gift with both hands. Good morning, Aisling. Thank you. You must have worked really hard to get these. Though, you really don't have to bring fruits every day. Those words hitch for a fraction of a second as she tries to recall their time spent together. The thought doesn't break her sentence, but it settles in her mind, sending quiet ripples across the surface. You helped me. Fresh fruits. For you. Aisling shakes her head, then nods before scampering off. Wait. Liv's sentence hangs in the air, unfinished. The girl is already gone, her retreat so immediate and seamless it feels like a well-worn routine. What With a final fruitless glance, Liv carries the fruits back to her room. She lays them gently on the table beside the Commandant, who is already absorbed in work. Aisling again. I've told her a few times already, but she just keeps coming. Commandant, you're still working? Yeah, just finishing up the report on our mission at the mine for Babylonia. The mission at the mine. You mean the operation to clear the hetero creatures from the mining area, right? A flicker of confusion prompts Liv to lean in, but the Commandant responds by putting the terminal to sleep and drawing subtly back. Yes, I'm starting to suspect a larger hetero creature was present, one that could control the others. I think we need to reassess the situation. With the terminal shut down, the Commandant's focus now fully shifts to a serious analysis of the anomaly in the mine. Liv freezes for a moment. As she begins to speak, the Commandant's voice cuts her off. Melano? Following the Commandant's gaze, Liv turns to see Melano standing in the exact spot where Aisling was before, waving to her. Good morning, Liv. Sunlight dapples Melano through the swaying tree shadows. In the shifting light, Liv's mind sharpens, her eyes narrowing with newfound clarity. Liv and Melano stroll through the conservation area, talking idly on their way to the central plaza. Welcome back. Those medical techniques you shared have been incredibly useful. I'm planning to compile them into a pocket handbook to improve field safety for everyone. I see. I'm glad to hear it. Liv gazes into the deep reaches of the conservation area where a heavy mist clings to the overlapping mountain peaks, blurring all boundaries between sky and earth. You don't seem very interested in this topic? Oh, not at all. I was just lost in thought. I thought you'd be happy to hear about this. I am happy, really. It was just something else that crossed my mind. Liv pulls her gaze away from the distance and turns to face Melano. You don't seem as wary around me as before. When we first met, you were always very honest, but I could feel you keeping a careful distance from Commandant and me. You don't like it? I thought our relationship would be closer because of Aisling. An odd sense of dissonance hangs between them as they enter the central plaza. The plaza is dotted with small clusters of people. From within one group, a familiar small figure with blue hair catches their eyes. Gazing at the playful Aisling in the distance, Melano takes a few steps forward and seizes the opportunity to change the subject. I know I've said this many times already, but I still want to thank you for both saving Aisling. Back then, if you hadn't been there. Back then. Liv's voice is soft, but it deftly catches the words Melano let slip. The conversation cuts off mid-sentence as Melano goes momentarily still. Her head turns slowly and she fixes Liv with a look of bewilderment. Back then, if Commandant and I hadn't been there, Aisling would have been lost in the mine forever. Yes, without your help, she would have died in the mine a few days ago. So, when exactly do you mean by a few days ago? How many days have passed since we brought Aisling back, Melano? You said that you'd find a new adoptive family for her. May I ask how that's coming along? The warmth gradually drains from Liv's voice. I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean. You seem upset. Has Aisling been misbehaving? Is that what's bothered you? This has nothing to do with Aisling, Melano. Someone has been keeping Commandant from me. That's why I'm upset. Ever since that disorienting moment at the dining table, Liv has been running constant diagnostics on her internal perception modules. She has meticulously sorted through the fragments of inconsistency again and again. The blurred sense of time, the endless stretching autumn days, and... Liv lowers her gaze. I don't really understand what you're saying, Liv. Are you feeling unwell? Such a convincing illusion you crafted. You almost completely got me. A faint smile touches Liv's lips, the ghost of a memory in her eyes. But that's not the Grey Raven Commandant. The smile drops from Liv's face. She regards Melano, her expression wiped clean of all emotion. Tell me, Where is Commandant? Mind tunnel. Time unknown. The mind tunnel twists through the deep earth like a serpent's coil. The portable light from your terminal throws a frail pool of illumination, pushing back only a few feet of the oppressive darkness. Where are we now? A timid voice breaks the silence at your side. You maintain your alert posture, eyes scanning the unseen threats in the gloom, but one hand finds the child's head, offering a gentle, reassuring pat. Shh, it's okay. Don't worry. We'll get out of here soon. As you round a corner, still murmuring comfort, you draw a knife and score a fresh mark into the rocky wall. With the motion, a torn strip of cloth bound tightly around your arm flutters. Your gaze involuntarily catches on it, and the sight unleashes the recent memories. Sometime earlier, the two of you were preparing to leave the mine with the little girl. Then, a deep thunder-like rumbling echoes through the rocky cavern. It was from that point. The mine shuddered in intermittent spasms, likely caused by aftershocks by the explosion earlier. In the darkness occasionally came the sound of rock layers cracking and shifting. Ugh. Liv pressed a hand to her temple, her steps faltering. Your mind. The moment you tried to steady her fluctuating mind, a searing needle-like pain stabbed into your own mind. The very surroundings began to blur, split, and double before your eyes. What's going on? There was no time to determine if it was the minerals or the hetero creatures. You grabbed your coat and forcefully tore a long strip from it. Commandant? Tie the strip firmly around Liv's waist. You then wound the other end tightly around your own forearm. It was a physical anchor, so even if your minds descended into chaos together, you wouldn't lose each other. Are you alright? Aisling timidly tugs at the edge of your clothes, pulling you back from the grip of memory. The broken half of the cloth strip remains tightly wound around your arm, but Liv is nowhere to be seen. Okay, I'm fine. A sudden searing pain lances through your skull. You stumble, the world tilting, and barely catch yourself from falling. Are you okay? I'm alright. Ever since the separation from Liv, a presence has been trying to attack your consciousness, or more precisely, your mind beacon that still connects you to her. The assaults have repeated, wave after wave, but each has shattered against your mental defenses. Now, as the latest one recedes, you push back against the rock wall and steadying yourself as you struggle to your feet. I'm fine. Let's keep moving. With the child close, you advance. At every fork in the tunnel, you leave a clear mark, a guide for Liv, and a trail of breadcrumbs for yourself. Conservation Area 368, morning. Liv stands motionless in the shade, her gaze locked on Melano. After a prolonged silence, the latter's lips twist into an unsettling smile. So you noticed. Then this place has no value anymore. Her voice is hoarse, distorted, like a soulless marionette's, and in that same instant, Melano's empty shell collapses before Liv's eyes. Another puppet in disguise. I trusted you, Melano. I'm just kidding. The very ground beneath her rots away, collapsing into a seemingly bottomless whirlpool that threatens to swallow the world whole. Liv lurches into the air as the sky shatters like a mirror, fragmenting into 1,000 glittering shards. And then a pulse of abnormal sounds echoes through her mind. It's the deep, resonant hum of the mind tunnel that floods her audio receptors. Liv jolts awake in absolute darkness. Commandant is nowhere to be seen. The ground trembles faintly. An earthquake, perhaps. Before her lies the mind tunnel, damp, dark, dripping with stalactites. Eerie minerals glow from the walls, and a twisting abyss coils ahead like the spine of some massive serpent. She never left the mine. A fracturing pain radiates from her mind, a relentless cycle of memories being stripped away and clumsily rebuilt across countless moments. Then everything ceases, freezes into a single stark point in time. Why are they sleeping there? Like that? The child seems unable to grasp the concept of death. She only stares at the two adults lying on the ground with puzzlement, wondering why they don't simply stand up and continue on their way. They must be just very tired, but they'll wake up later. Liv kneels down and gently pulls the child into her arms, shielding her from the grim spectacle. Commandant, could you please take her to the next junction ahead? I'll take care of things here and join you later. Okay, alright. A deep thunder-like rumbling echoes through the rocky cavern. So right when we separated. So it started back then. Pain still flickers through her perception modules, but Liv pushes past it, pulling out her terminal to contact the Commandant. The terminal emits a weak, final dead tone, a complete comms blackout. As a last resort, she closes her eyes and plunges her consciousness into the depths of her mind, reaching for the familiar signal of the Commandant's mind beacon. Ugh. Her vision blurs and trembles violently, the environment smearing into a dizzying double exposure. With no other option, she has to terminate the attempt within her mind. She sags against the tunnel wall, calibrating the fluctuations of her visual module. Her trembling hand slides down the cold stone, and her fingers find an unnatural etching carved into the rock. It's a mark left by Commandant. A triangular symbol meaning "Enter from here" is etched into the rough rock. Return from here, and then the next mark. Further along this path lies the side tunnel where she buried the two foster parents. A quick check confirms nothing is amiss. The temporarily sealed branch entrance remains as she left it, obscured by rubble and soil. And then, as her fingers trace the rock wall, a voice suddenly calls out, freezing Liv in her tracks. Aisling. Melano? Her visual module has been glitching with mind interference, but her audio is clear. She knows that voice instantly. How come she's in the mine? Could she still be trapped in the illusion right now? Holding her breath, Liv slowly moves toward the sound of Melano's voice. Aisling? Are you there? Aisling. Melano paces anxiously through the dark, winding tunnels, calling Aisling's name in a hushed tone, likely afraid of drawing the attention of hetero creatures. Aisling? Can you hear me? She seems equally unfamiliar with the passages. In just 20 minutes, she has backtracked through this same branch 3 or 4 times, repeatedly taking wrong turns. Concealed in shadow, Liv watches, scrutinizing her every move. She doesn't trust Melano. Whoever or whatever is weaving this illusion must know Melano intimately to use her as such a central puppet. That alone suggests Melano may not be as innocent as she seems. It's just that Liv weighs her options carefully. With her visual module compromised, she can't tell if her disorientation stems from mind fluctuations or physical shifts in the tunnel layout. Communications are still down. She can't reach Commandant. Recalibrating her mind to locate Commandant's mind beacon would cost more precious time. Under these conditions, anyone in the mine could be a clue to break the stalemate. She must reunite with Commandant quickly. She can't leave Commandant alone in this dangerous illusion. Aisling, are you there? Nearby, Melano drifts through the deep passages like a mournful specter, her voice a haunting echo as she calls the child's name. After forcibly recalibrating her visual module once more and confirming her battle systems are nominal, Liv finally speaks, her voice soft. Melano, is that you? Who's there? Who is it? Melano stumbles backward in a panic, her shoulders pressing flat against the tunnel wall. It's me, Liv. From the mouth of the shadowy side passage, Liv steps into the faint light. I heard your voice. Thank goodness. It really is you. Recognizing the familiar face, Melano's fear shatters, replaced by a wave of pure, visible relief. Have you seen Aisling? Aisling. You probably don't know her by that name. The look on her face is raw with urgency and unmistakably sincere. You know, the one with the blue hair and amber eyes. The little girl you gave the gruel to, and you helped her once too. Do you remember her? Her name is Aisling. Yes, that's the name I gave her. The family that adopted her never called her that. It's a secret just between the two of us. A melancholic smile forms on her face. But I have this feeling that I'm going to lose her again. Interesting. Note 11. Shrouded in darkness. I'll give her everything, anything she could ever want, as long as she desires it, and I can get it for her. What is that sound effect? Oh, water drops. Deep in the shadowed mines, water droplets fall from stalactites, each one striking the stone with a crisp, echoing note. Here, a mother who has lost her child walks with a Liv who cannot find her commandant. Together, they feel their way through the encompassing dark. How do you know Aisling is down here? No, lets out a soft sigh. Every afternoon, I go to the medical station. I've calculated the route perfectly. If I walk past Aisling's house around 2:30, I can usually see her playing in the yard. It gives me a chance to say hello, to check on her. But this afternoon, when I passed by the house, I didn't see Aisling around. I even went to her parents' workplace. Nothing. The patrol soldiers at the conservation area entrance said they saw Aisling and her foster parents leave early this morning, headed toward the mine. I was worried, so I followed the trail, all the way here, until I ran into you. A sensible route, a coherent explanation. At least for now, there's nothing suspicious about her story. Liv lowers her gaze, carefully venturing her next question. On your way in, did you run into any trouble? A few minor issues. The real problem was a cave-in, I think. Not long after I entered, there was a sound. A deep rumble. It could have been an explosion, or just the mountain settling. I don't know these tunnels well, so I can't be sure, but the result was the same. Several paths were blocked. I've been having to find my way around them. Could you show me where the cave-in happened? Of course. Melano motions for Liv to follow her and heads toward one of the tunnel junctions. Aisling? Can you hear me? Please, answer me. She continues to call Aisling's name softly, her voice refusing to give up. Aisling. Is she the infant you saved? Yes, she is. Melano's voice, a hushed and sorrowful melody, weaves through the mine tunnels. When I found her, she was so small. Just a baby. According to the records in my database, all humans should have a name. I thought about giving her mine, but when I learned what Melano meant, it didn't feel right for a baby. So I searched through every book and file we had access to until I found it. Aisling. With her tongue pressed to the roof of her mouth, Melano coaxes the sound into being. In the dim mind light, her expression softens, as if the same name itself is a gentle warmth against the darkness. She is a vision, a dream, and a redemption. Melano comes to a halt before a branched tunnel that has clearly collapsed not long ago. We're here. This is the place. She points to the buried entrance of a tunnel branch on the other side. I was going to search this area, but there was a small cave-in just as I reached this platform. I had to find my way around. Do you think Aisling could be behind there? She furrows her brow, desperate for a definitive answer. I'm not sure, but Aisling should be with the Commandant. Should be with Commandant. If the previous illusion truly began with the tremor, as she speculated. As they clear the tunnel entrance, a cloud of dust billows around them. Liv narrows her eyes, her fingers blindly searching the rock wall. Yes, this is it. Until they catch on to a familiar triangular pattern. Commandant, are you there? She leans into the crevice, her voice a hushed call. But the way is barred by massive boulders. The ceiling has collapsed entirely. Through the narrow gap, only the faintest of echoes can be heard. Must have moved deeper inside. She recalls the rodent squad's safe zone, set up deeper into the shaft. With communications dead and the exit sealed by the tremor, Commandant's priority would be to get the child to safety. That camp is the only logical destination. Should we try to clear all these rocks? Elena is already at work, her hands clawing at the rubble. Here, let me. With a sharp gesture, Liv signals Melano back. In one fluid motion, she draws her lotus wheel and unleashes its power. A concussive blast fills the tunnel. Debris flies, forcing Melano to shield her eyes and take a step back. As the dust churns, she squints to see the jagged boulders disintegrate, fracturing into a cascade of tumbling stone. Wow. It's nothing, really. Well, let's just keep going. We need to find them. The recent tremor has left the mine shaft in ruins. Several branch tunnels, once accessible, are now completely sealed by colossal falls of rock. The one piece of good news is that Commandant and Aisling are not trapped behind any of these new barricades. A wave of relief washes over Liv as her fingers trace the fresh scratches scored into the rock wall, a recent sign, a thread of hope. Aisling? Can you hear me? Please, answer. Melano continues to call out softly. Aisling? Aisling? Suddenly her tone shifts. The gentle calls sharpen into a gasp of urgency. She lunges forward, stooping to snatch something from the ground. A shoe? Though her visual feed is still blurred, Liv's systems parse the silhouette instantly. I made these for Aisling. She must be just ahead. Cradled in Melano's palm is a tiny shoe, sized for a child no older than 8. I'd recognize it anywhere. This is her shoe. I made all of her shoes myself. I know I can't be her mother, but I've always tried to do what I can for her. After all, in a way, I'm the one who brought her into this world. Melano gently closes her eyes as if lost in a precious memory. After I first woke up, I was just wandering through the mines aimless. I thought I had almost decided to leave when I heard it. The cry of a baby. I found her right at the mine entrance. She was so tiny, so delicate, as beautiful as a dream. She was wrapped in a rough little robe, her feet bare, so I gathered what I could find right here in the mine and made her a pair of shoes. And I carried her all the way to Conservation Area 368. Now hold on a second here. Hang on. Conservation Area 368. She mentioned that the baby was surrounded by hetero creatures. At first. Elena stepped into the crude conservation area, the infant a small, warm weight against her chest. She kept her hands tucked beneath the sleeves, hiding their mechanical skeleton from view. Another woman with a kid. A middle-aged man guarding the entrance spat a glob of phlegm onto the ground. Gross. Where'd you crawl in from? The mine. Fantastic. Another damn refugee. The man's face was etched with impatience. Listen up, food's scarce anywhere these days. The conservation area tosses a tiny extra scrap for the kid, that's it. For everything else, you're on your own. I understand. Whatever. Here's your tag. Get inside. His gaze, a calculated blend of indifference and scrutiny, dropped to the bundle in her arms. His brow furrowed, and he tossed the identification tag at Melano. If you can't keep that thing alive, let me know. I'll do my best. As a mechanoid, she had no need for food, water, or the fragile company of humans. Yet for Aisling, she would root herself in Conservation Area 368. And so, she stayed. As time went on, the family that took her in wasn't particularly kind. The child's shoes would wear out so quickly, and eventually they stopped replacing them altogether. I started making regular trips through the mining area to gather materials from the forest beyond. I made shoes for the children in the conservation area. And these I made these especially for her. The fraying upper, its cotton stuffing peeking through, is reinforced by an extra layer of tough leather. She has a slight tilt in her step, always favoring this side, so with every pair I made, I'd add an extra piece of leather right here. You love her very deeply. Yes. If such a feeling can be defined as love within human social relationships, then why did you let another family raise her instead? Melino presses her lips together, falling silent for a moment. Because I realized I didn't know how to give her the kind of love that humans needed. A mechanoid can offer no human warmth, no mother's intuition to balance the delicate sustenance an infant needs to thrive. I am not a nanny model. I've been disconnected from the network since the punishing virus outbreak. All I had to guide me was my original programming and a few dictionaries stored in my database. An infant's memories are so pure, so simple. Once, when she was wailing from hunger, I felt so helpless. I tried to devour that hunger emotion from her, but then she lost her ability to cry for food. For an infant, this is nothing short of a catastrophe. That night was a fury of rain, a torrential downpour that hammered the conservation area's crude metal roofing until it roared. Beneath the din, Melino stumbled to a resident's door and beat her fists against the metal. Please, I'm so sorry to bother you this late. Just spit it out. The man who answered frowned, his eyes darting past her. It's Aisling. Something's wrong. She won't stop crying. She's burning up. I don't know what to do. Without another word, he grabbed a raincoat and followed her back into the deluge. I knew it. You found that child, didn't you? You clearly don't have a clue how to take care of a baby. You look like some runaway from a fancy house. I'm sorry. So sorry. Inside Melino's quarters, the man dried his hands on his shirt before gently pressing his palm to Aisling's brow. It's a fever. I've only got adult pills, but we'll have to make it work. From his pocket, he produced a single pill. He broke it, selected a mere fragment, and crushed it to powder. Dissolving it in a cup of water, he carefully tipped the solution into the infant's mouth. The medicine worked quickly, and Aisling's frantic cries soon softened into quiet, even breaths of sleep. Did I almost kill her? The middle-aged man let out a heavy sigh. Aisling. Oh, Aisling. What am I going to do? Melino looked helplessly at the infant in the makeshift cradle. Melino's quiet sobs filled the space between them. Finally, after a long and palpable hesitation, the middle-aged man spoke, his voice low and measured. There's a couple, living behind the conservation area. 3 days ago, their kid didn't make it in the last hetero creature attack. Just 8 years old. They shut themselves in for a whole day after. If you're willing, you let them raise her. At least they know what they're doing. In the distance, thunder roared deafeningly. If you decide, you know where to find me. After all, a life is a life. Excuse me. After that, I let that couple in the conservation area take her in. I never told them I'd name her Aisling. The psychological data in my database suggested that allowing them to name her would foster a stronger parental bond. But the outcome was clearly not what I had expected. It seems human psychology cannot be so easily defined by textbooks alone. Shoving the obstructing stones aside, Melino shakes her head. When I handed Aisling over, I sensed their emotional state. It wasn't pure joy they were feeling. There was something else layered with it. Something strange. I initially attributed the anomaly to the grief of losing their own child, but now I realize. Perhaps they were simply excited about the extra ration allowance. Liv furrows her brow, her mind silently cataloging the inconsistencies in Melino's story. So far I've counted like 2 inconsistencies. If the memory fragments in her mind are still reliable, there are at least 2 glaring discrepancies. between this Melano's account and the one given by the Melano from the conservation area. See, I pay attention. First, the discovery of Aisling. The Melano in the conservation area claims she found the infant years ago while returning to the mine for supplies. Now it has shifted to while escaping from the mine. You also forgot to mention that the first time she mentioned Aisling was found surrounded by hetero creatures. But in this second iteration, she was found near the entrance. Second, the death of the adoptive family's own child. The original story was a tragic accident, a fall into a mine shaft. Now it has become a death by hetero creature attack. See, when I read that part, I was like, in my head, in the back of my head, I was like, that's not right either. The cause of death could, perhaps, be chalked up to the fog of memory, but Aisling's age. Chaos floods her mind. A familiar trembling undercurrent of pain surges up, forcing her to abandon that trail of thought entirely. So earlier, Aisling was supposed to be 7 years old, like she was nearly going to be 8. Swallowing her doubts, Liv finally asks, her voice soft. If you find Aisling, will you try to find another family for her? Within the illusion she shattered, Melano had insisted that she wanted Liv and Commandant to take care of Aisling. No, of course not. Melano lets out a soft, hollow chuckle. I don't trust humans anymore. I never will again. Aisling stays with me. Melano's answer is completely different from what she said in the previous illusion. If humans won't care for her properly, then I will. I'll give her everything. Anything she could ever want. As long as she deserves it, and I can get it for her. I won't. I won't let Aisling be hurt ever again. Melano speaks with unwavering determination. Then, in the oppressive darkness of the mine, Liv's calm eyes find Melano standing across from her. How old is Aisling this year? As if receiving a signal, the spider places his legs upon the web it has woven. In response, hetero creatures begin to quietly crawl from the mine's depths. Why do you ask? She's only 7 now. Not quite 8 yet. Well, that's accurate. Melano looks at Liv, her expression one of confusion. But you just said you found Aisling right after you woke up. Oh. The web quivers, transmitting an unknowable signal. That must have been more than 8 years ago, right? It must be my memory chip. There have been some errors lately. Commandant? For now, Liv sets her doubts about Melano aside. Lifting her terminal, she quickly answers the incoming call. Liv! Commandant, where are you right now? Safe zone. Hetero creatures. Hetero creatures? The terminal's projection shows the Commandant and the child running together as if fleeing. Can you share your location with me? I'll try. Be careful. The Commandant in the projection halts, a sudden pause in the frantic run. The figure appears injured, face stained with blood. Commandant, are you alright? Worried. Them. The Commandant's transmission is a ghost in the device, a voice perpetually fading in and out, drowned by a sea of static that steals all meaning. Commandant, don't worry. I will find you. Marks, immediately. I'm on my way. We'll meet soon. The transmission cuts off without warning. What happened? Is Aisling? Is she with your Commandant? They're together. The Commandant seems injured. Liv's brow furrows in concentration as she repeatedly calibrates her terminal, hunting for a lock on the Commandant's signal. On the rough map, the green dot representing the Commandant's terminal flashes, just for an instant, then vanishes. That brief flicker is all the confirmation Liv needs. She's on the right track. They're trying to find a way out. I must find Commandant as fast as possible. Liv stows her terminal and strides forward, Melano following anxiously in her wake. The question of Aisling's actual age no longer comes up. Liv's choice. If you know the future is paved with struggles and pain, will you still walk toward it? Why are hetero creatures here? The safe zone is completely empty. Unlock the first campsite. Okay, I gotta really check around during this stage. Deep in the mine. Easily tugs at your hem, a small shadow mirroring your every step. The mine tunnels wind unpredictably, their old paths altered by the recent tremors. Some of the marks you left on the way in are now nearly impossible to find. Following what few marks remain, you locate a temporary safe zone and sit down to operate the terminal. What's this? During the short journey, the girl has shed her fear. Now she curiously peeks around your side, her eyes fixed on the movements of your hands. It's called a terminal. I can use it to contact other people. Contact. It lets me talk to people who are far away. Oh. She peers at it. Her expression is a look of only partial comprehension. You said contact. Live? Right. But the signal here is too weak. I can't reach her at all. Signal? She scampers to the side and with great earnestness waves both hands upward. I want signal. There's no signal here because we're in a mine. It's not that easy, too. The words haven't even left your mouth before the punishing virus detector screams, its reading spiking dramatically. Wait, come back here. With a swift lunge, you pull the girl to safety just in time. A hetero creature bursts from a side tunnel, its form filling the space where she stood a moment before. The child's eyes widen in terror, frozen in shock. Draw your gun. Open fire. The stutter of gunfire echoes dully through the mine. The claw of the hetero creature flashes past your cheek, leaving a stinging line of blood in its wake. How is this possible? There shouldn't be any hetero creatures here. Disregarding the still ringing dial tone, you gather the child into your arms and flee into the mouth of a dark, unexplored tunnel. As you run, the call abruptly connects. Commandant? Liv's voice comes through the terminal, heavily distorted, but just clear enough to understand. Liv! Commandant, where are you right now? I'm in the safe zone. A hetero creature suddenly showed up. Hetero creatures. And there on the screen you see a woman's silhouette looming behind Liv. Is that Melano? What is she doing here in the mine? Can you share your location with me? Liv asks anxiously, her voice full of concern. I'll try to. It is evidently a near impossible task to carry a child, fend off hetero creatures, and simultaneously relay your coordinates through the terminal. It's no use, I can't get it to work. I can't. Liv clearly has received none of it. She leans closer to the screen, straining to decipher the fractured words. For the moment, the tunnel falls silent again. The creatures, temporarily repelled, have retreated into the deeper shadows. Liv, be careful around here. Something's off about the hetero creatures and the mineral crystals. Be careful with your mind. Commandant, are you alright? Liv's concern is so palpable it almost seeps through the screen. It's fine. I'm more worried about you. The hetero creatures. Something might be controlling them. Commandant, don't worry. Don't worry about me, it's nothing. Be careful of your mind fluctuations. I've left marks along my route. If you see them, follow them immediately and come to rendezvous with me. I'm on my way. We'll meet. The call cuts off without warning as a hetero creature lunges from the shadows. There's no time to think, no time to worry about the voice on the other end. Instinct takes over. You draw your gun and turn to face the threat. The damp air hangs thick, a cold shroud clinging to Liv and Melano as they press deeper into the mine. Watch out! Without warning, the ground heaves. In a blur of motion, Liv yanks Melano backward as a jagged stone explodes against the spot where she just stood. thank you. Eleanor stays close behind Liv, still shaking from the close call. The tremors continue, erratic, unsettling grumbles from the earth. Liv's sensors flicker, scrambling to pinpoint a source, but the readings are a chaotic jumble. The tremors are persistent. Feels like an induced earthquake from concentrated structural stress. Then what do we do? These things still in there. The epicenter of an induced earthquake is usually shallow. It shouldn't escalate into a full collapse. Let's keep going. She just caught a glimpse of the Commandant's position. Though it only flashed for an instant, it was enough for her to determine the general direction. We turned right up ahead. They likely have passed through that safe zone. Liv's lips press into a firm line. She quickens her pace without another word. They pass a third intersection, and ahead lies the first safe zone where Commandant and the child might have stayed. Liv! Look! What's that over there? Liv's battle instinct screams a warning before her visual module can even adjust. The air shifts. In one fluid, practiced motion, the lotus wheel is in her hands. Its blade arcs through the darkness, meeting the hetero creature that crawls from the shadows, slicing it apart. Why would hetero creatures show up here? I wonder indeed. Oh, whoa, interesting. Well, I can switch between, like, exploration and then combat. Huh. What's with this? Check. Footprints, they must belong to the Commandant. Ooh.
異合生物が進路を塞いでいる。一体誰に操られて。
Can't interact with that. Oh. This is different. Did they go ahead? There are creatures. How did they end up here? This is definitely the right direction. Or unlock campsite. Upgrade interface. What is this? Oh shit, what the hell? This is different. How's this possible?
求めるのは真実で天の先行を受けなさい。求めるのは帰りなさい。照らし出せ。帰りなさい。求めるのは真実です。数がどんどん増えている。森野は気をつけてください。照らし出せ。求めるのは帰りなさい。照らし出せ。天の先行を受け帰りなさい。照らし出せ。帰りなさい。求めるのは真実です。天の先行を受けなさい。苦難を超え心を澄ませます。大したことありません。見届けなさい。
Interesting.
機体の戦闘データ記録が増えてきました。
Rest. Huh. That's new. Live in Milano. Clear out the scattered hetero creatures attacking them, gradually advancing toward the camp ahead. Commandant? Commandant? Commandant. My Commandant. Where is my Commandant? Oh, Commandant. Liv's pace slows as disappointment washes over her. The camp is deserted, save for the remains of several hetero creatures' bodies littering the perimeter of the safe zone. The Commandant and Aisling were here. They fought a battle right here. Brushing away the dust left by the crawling creatures, Liv's brow furrows. Her eyes lock on the ground. Dark, unmistakable stains of human blood spread in large, ominous patches. With a deepening frown, she tries to contact the Commandant again. The dial tone echoes through the cavernous dark. It rings and rings and rings, meant only by silence. Do they head deeper into the mine? Maybe. After repeated failed attempts to establish a connection, Liv leads Melano deeper into the mine. A faint humming persists in her ears, a phantom sound she can no longer tell from the echo of the tunnels or the torment of her mind, her own mind migraine. Alright, thanks for coming by, Liuju. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you, thank you. Then as they round a corner, the busy signal cuts off abruptly. It is replaced not by a voice, but the blood-curdling howl of hetero creatures. Is that those monsters? Are they coming for us again? Eleanor nervously tightens her grip on the iron bar she just picked up from the ground. This can't continue. Liv lowers her gaze. These troubles are not individually devastating, but their relentless frequency terrifies her. This persistent shadow of unease clings to her thoughts. She shakes her head slightly, as if trying to physically dislodge the discomfort. Closing her eyes, she lets her consciousness sink. Her still aching mind is a landscape of disarray. Memories of the past, perceptions of the present, and simulations of the future all churned together. They are simultaneously incompatible and inextricably nested, one within the other. Focusing her will, her consciousness takes flight as a white bird, soaring toward the chaotic sky. Spenny. Whispering that name, she beats her wings and plunges headlong into the churning storm. Time to come home, Liv. Dinner's ready. Don't make Calliope look for you in the garden every time. You always give me surprises, Medic. When she grows up, please tell her Mommy and Daddy brought her into the world. Because we thought this world was as beautiful as it was turbulent. Save that kind of speech for someone who hasn't seen her share of death. When the number of lives isn't a factor, I'll always care for those I care about. A myriad of scenes flow like water between her wings, visions of decay and abundance withering away only to sprout anew. Meanwhile, as you rush forward, a wave of distant pain echoes through your mind beacon. It feels like Liv. Your consciousness is a waterlogged sponge, your thoughts like damp gears turning with sluggish resistance. Without warning, your memories spiral directionless until the river of time flows backward, coming to rest on the day Liv was fitted with her new frame. It was 6 in the morning. You stood before the Science Council's frame adaptation room. The simulation dome overhead painted a false dawn. A rosy light bled across the horizon, a radiant tapestry unfurling to cloak the entire sky. Your gaze drifted from that artificial sunrise back to the chamber. Inside, you saw Rosa, under Asimov's instructions, fine-tuning the calibration parameters for Liv's new frame. Entering initialization parameters. Beginning virtual connection. Connection successful. Rosa, begin logging all frame data. Okay. The casual chat with Hassan had become an unspoken secret. After that conversation, Liv and Hassan had a long talk, and before she returned to the lounge, you already knew what choice she would make. Commandant. The young girl looked at you, an apologetic smile crossing her face. So, you've made up your mind. Yes, Commandant. Liv stood beside you. They should have already told you about the uncertainties in that data set. He did. Asimov was very thorough. I know it's not a guaranteed path, but I also know what it could make possible. All your arguments and fears dissolved into a single weary sigh at the sight of Liv's reassuring smile. Whether it was a choice or some new technology, why did it always have to be her? Why Liv? Again. Her slender shoulders had already borne the weight of so much. Must they now carry this too? I know what you're trying to say, Commandant. She gently takes her hand. Do you remember that question you asked me before? Of course, yeah. The maiden embraced by crimson thorns fell into that eternal night. The devoted narrator found her, a white bird blood-soaked and still, and cradled her, gently wrapping her form within a sea of stars. You asked me, if you know the future is paved with struggles and pain, will you still walk toward it? If you know the future is paved with struggles and pain, will you still walk toward it? Your voices bled through the veil of reality, weaving into an otherworldly harmony. No matter how many times the cycle repeats, my choice, Liv's choice, will always be the same. And you're the same, Commandant, aren't you? Lee and Lucia, you told me a little of what you've been through. It breaks my heart that I couldn't be there to share your burden, but it also fills me with hope, knowing that even after facing such an abyss, you never stopped trying to return to us. You never abandoned the path forward, no matter how difficult. I'm glad this data is compatible with my new frame. If I can use it to create new possibilities to lighten anyone's burden even a little, then it's all worth it. If there really were a Noah's Ark, I'd want to be the white bird that brings back the first green leaf. Even if the price of her choice was life itself, it would be a price she was willing to pay, so that someone might use that fragile hope to reach the future for which all yearned. When the floodwaters finally receded, bitter tears would bloom into flowers, and the departed would sing songs of joy across a renewed earth. You did not stop Liv from submitting her application, and so the switch of her frame proceeded, step by deliberate step. Consciousness transfer is complete. Liv, how do you feel now? Asimov's voice snapped you back to reality. You turned your head. Within the room, Liv's first switch of the new frame was complete. Like a toddler taking its first steps, she pushed herself upright, a smile blooming on her face as she met your gaze. Liv. Yeah. You're not Liv, you're Hippocrates. A familiar tap, applied with a distinctive pressure, landed on your shoulder. You turned to find the expressionless Professor Hippocrates standing behind you. Professor. How is Liv doing? Has her new frame settled in? The consciousness transfer is complete. She's just starting her simulated combat test now. Professor maintained an inscrutable expression, holding her arms as she watched the combat simulation with you. Inside the chamber, the simulated corrupted lunged. Liv's movements, first stiff and awkward, became gracefully fluid as she adapted to her new frame with startling speed. So, you couldn't talk her out of it either? Question mark? Don't play dumb. Sorry. But I never intended to talk her out of it. Hippocrates' eyebrows shot up. She turned, her expression shifting into one of pure skepticism. And that's exactly why I can't stand you reckless kids, so ready to throw yourselves into the grinder for a grand ideal. You chant about faith and hope while charging headfirst into filth, not caring if it's a cesspool or a red tide abyss. Can't you at least consult someone before leaping? We old folks aren't fossils yet. Spare me the talk of new opportunities and a sense philosophical choice ramblings. Like I said before, when the number of lives isn't a factor, I'll always care for those I care about. Hippocrates watched Liv through the window, her movements becoming steadily more proficient. Finally, the professor exhaled a heavy sigh, her anger spent. Forget it. I'm not really blaming you. It was her decision, and once her mind was set, no one could change it anyway. So you didn't recommend uploading this dataset either? Recommend is a pointless word now. I was part of the preliminary research. The simulations show it can, in theory, heal her mind migraine to some extent. With this data, without actual testing, I can't guarantee it's completely safe. If it were my call, I'd rather she live with her migraine as a regular construct than gamble her life on the front lines for a shred of hope. I don't want her to take this risk. Everything she sacrificed for Babylonia. In the Golden Age, it would have earned her a chest full of medals and a peaceful retirement. Hippocrates furrowed her brow. She always sees herself as the sacrifice, with no thought for her own safety. I can save her once, twice, but I can't be everywhere. You won't have to be. Huh. She let out a dismissive, distrustful snort. I'll keep her from going too far. I'll become her safety net. I promised her. Whatever obstacles lie ahead, whatever path you must take, you will not give up. You will bring Liv back. I would never break a promise to her. The professor silently rolled her eyes at you. Of course you wouldn't. I'm just worried you'll be the one leading the charge and jump into the red tide right beside her. Don't think for a second my earlier lecture was only for her benefit. You kids, I swear. Liv, having completed her preliminary combat tests in the frame adaptation room, walked towards you. Alright, go talk to her. She just finished her frame switch. I'm sure seeing you will make her happy. Hippocrates shook her head in resignation and turned to walk away. Commandant, you're here. Was that Professor Hippocrates just now? Why did she leave? Commandant. In the mining tunnel, Liv delves deep into her mind, sifting through memory fragments for any trace of the Commandant. Commandant. Resulting pain is sharp, but she refuses to retreat. Instead, she leans into the agony, using its disruptive turbulence to shred the clouds and grasp for the fraying threads of their connection. I will find you. Cool. No, 13. Alright. I'll clear through 13, and I'll clear through 14, and then I'll call it a night. Good halfway point. Vision interference. Everything around you peels away like faded wallpaper as various scenes flicker into being like rapidly changing stage sets from Golden Age films. Deep in the mine. Brushing away the memory fragments, you and Aisling flee deeper into the mines. Ching! Abruptly, you freeze as a cold foreign pressure floods your skull. The consciousness attacks back. This time its target is no longer your mind beacon. It feels like ice water down your spine, a subtle burn spreading from your nerve endings, creeping up to cloud your vision. Something is being woven into existence around you. Before you can move, the path ahead transforms into a sheer cliff. How? You pull back your outstretched foot, certain that a tunnel should be there. Yet the precipice is undeniably real. As you start to doubt your own memory and reach for a pebble to test the edge, the girl panics, clutching your clothes. What's going on? And don't worry. A violent tremor cuts you off. The beam of your light device shudders, yet you fail to locate the source of the explosion. Could that be coming from Liv's position? Draw your gun. Look around. Alert, you draw your gun and scan in all directions only to find nothing unusual. Commandant! A voice, faint but undeniably lives, echoes from the tunnel on the right. Abandon the path ahead and turn right. Wait a minute. Hold on, no, we gotta be sure. Ignore the voice, toss a stone to the test what's ahead. You just spoke with Liv over comms. She couldn't possibly be in the right tunnel. That's right. You pick up a stone from the ground and toss it forward. It vanishes as if swallowed once it reaches the edge. You hear the unmistakable clack of it hitting solid ground. It's an illusion caused by interference with your visual nerves. But woven by whom? And for what purpose? Your boot steps onto the edge of the supposed cliff and unsurprisingly meets solid ground beneath. Walk over. Suddenly the world flips inside out. Commandant. Her voice echoes from all directions, and when reality snaps back into place, you're standing on the brink of a cliff again. Using the same trick twice. After confirming your mind beacon is stable, you stride forward without hesitation. And in the next second, you're standing in a sun-drenched conservation area. Huh? You're back so soon. Melano went looking for you. Did you run into her? Open fire! The bullet smacks into the wall behind the supervisor. A spider web of cracks erupts, and the entire facade begins to peel away. The illusion shatters. You are still in the mind tunnel, as you knew you would be. The attack only works on the visual nerves. It seems the illusion can only interfere with your visual nerves, not a true mental trap. Without further deliberation, you check the terminal map, scoop up the girl, and hoist her onto your back. Hold this for me. You lock the screen to Liv's communication channel and point to the large green icon. Press this, and it'll start the call. Press this, and it'll start the call. Repeat your words, barely understanding. When someone answers on the other end, call for me. When someone answers on the other end, call. She presses the communication button. 2 dozen dial tones pulse into the silence, each one a fading hope before the call predictably fails. Keep pressing it. No matter what happens, don't stop. Okay. The little girl falls silent, the only sound the relentless busy signal at your back. She's following your instructions perfectly. Will we ever get out of here? We will. I'm sure of it. With your supplies rechecked, you press on, one hand skimming the rough rock of the right wall. You navigate by the mental map drawn when you first entered the mine with Liv. According to it, a right turn at the second fork will lead to the rodent squad's secondary safe zone. Your landmark is an abandoned crane, a distinct silhouette that serves as an ideal meeting point in these labyrinthine tunnels. Everything around you peels away like faded wallpaper, as various scenes flicker into being like rapidly changing stage sets from Golden Age films. Step forward. Commandant, there's a cliff ahead. You can't go any further. Move forward. Commandant, the transport craft is going to crash. Move forward. Miss Benny, honey, will you eat home for dinner tonight? What the hell? Keep moving forward. What is this honey business? We're in a life and death situation. The moment your foot touches down, both her voice and the world around you shatter like glass. There's one more turn. It's those monsters. The little girl on your back suddenly clutches your clothes, her grip tight with fear. The punishing concentration spikes abruptly, and your monitor flashes a warning red. Open fire! The hetero creature's howl of pain is an unfortunate proof. This is no illusion. Hearing the creature so close, the girl whimpers quietly. As your gun barrel grows warm from continuous fire, several more hetero creatures burst from a narrow passage on the other side. Dodge the attack! Cool. You dodge the attack from behind, but fail to evade the hetero creature lunging from the side. The hetero creature's claws tear through your military boot. Ugh. You're hurt. I'm alright. Just a scratch. Ammo is scarce. Every shot must count. The recent wave of hetero creatures was manageable, but your reserves are dwindling. As you sprint for the planned route, the busy signal echoing behind you turns to white noise. Did the call finally get through? Liv? Only a static hiss answers. No voice breaks through. They're catching up to us. You fire again, the shot count ticking down in your mind as you slam in a fresh magazine. The empty one hits the ground with a sharp clatter. No time for words. You rush forward, evading the creatures on your heels. Take the left path. The left path is shrouded in darkness, your light barely illuminating the ground beneath your feet. Bodies of dead hetero creatures lie at the entrance, and the rest seem unwilling to follow, likely deterred by your weapon and their kin's fate. So much blood. A soft sniffle draws your gaze down. Iceling points at your calf, where the untreated wound weaves a slow trail of crimson. As you move to tear a strip from your clothes to bandage it, your eyes lock onto the terminal. The screen still reads, "In call." Call? How is it still connected? Commandant? Liv's deliberately hushed voice comes through from the other end. Liv? I thought you... The signal remains intermittent. Commandant, you're hurt? Emergency kit. Your waist. She repeats these words as if terrified of omitting any potentially life-saving detail. I hear you. You're just reaching for your emergency kit when the world swims before your eyes, and the distorted haze shapes move, hetero creatures slipping from the mouth of a side tunnel. It's the monster over the little girl's mouth. You're an Aisling. You're an Aisling. Hold your breath, pressing into the rough stone of the tunnel wall. All lights have been killed, plunging you into protective darkness. Ammunition is scarce for now. Avoidance is your only strategy. The hetero creatures don't come any closer. Something's hunting us. I'm not sure if it's the person behind all this. What's hunting you? Wait. The hetero creature at the tunnel junction twitches, a grotesque spasm. You can't tell if it's real or a trick of your frayed nerves. Open fire! The gunshot is a dull thunderclap. The creature shrieks, lurching upright. Run! You seize the stunned girl's hand and plunge deeper into the suffocating dark. The call cuts out again. They are toying with you. Hetero creatures keep materializing from the shadows where you least expect them. Some are just illusions, others are lethally real. You rely on the punishing detector to tell the difference, but the fatigue of endless combat is a tide washing through your skull, eroding your focus. The tunnels are a labyrinth. You navigate by the crude map, all sense of time lost. Excuse me. Bang. After loading your third magazine, you do a mental count of your remaining rounds. As you approach the next junction, the sounds of combat freeze you in your tracks. Someone's up ahead. Is it another cruel illusion or a fragment of reality? You round the corner. A hetero creature screeches and collapses. Behind it, a figure struggles to steady her weapon. It's Liv. She is slumped against the wall, covered in wounds. The simple act of lifting her arm seems to require tremendous work, or effort. Commandant, I'm here. She clearly notices the two people approaching as well. Thank goodness, I finally found you. Ugh. As vital fluid continues to leak from her wounds, she lets out a pained groan. Oh, no, that's her eclipse frame, bro. Step back. Commandant? What's wrong? It's me. I'm Liv. This isn't Liv. Not even bothering to say her name, you turn to leave. Shh! Commandant! Just as you round the corner, a familiar figure approaches, firmly gripping your shoulder and guiding you in a different direction. Commandant, that one isn't real. I'm the real Liv. Liv furrows her brow, her face etched with worry and tension. Something's not right here. Feels like an interference, something that can affect the human brain and a construct's mind. I've been seeing a lot of illusions. Of you and of others too. I'm not sure if it's the minerals in this area or something else entirely. Let's avoid this area for now. Follow me. She gestures for you to follow. Ooh boy. Alright. Illusion, ethereal and ghost-like, they drift forth, their dresses rippling like water and shimmering with a pale, phosphorescent glow. Last node for the night. Last node for the stream. Having left the tunnel where the fake Liv was, the three of you proceed in heavy silence along the narrow path. Aisling clutches the hem of your clothes, refusing to stray even a step from your side. Where are we going? Shh. She quietly signals for you to stay silent. We're almost there. After navigating 2 more junctions, a cold realization dawns. According to your memory of the crude mind map, you are moving away from the planned rendezvous point with Liv. Where are we going? I'm taking you out of here, of course. The figure ahead hurries on without pause. As she rounds the corner, the punishing detector flashes a violent red. On cue, 2 hetero creatures leap from the shadows, charging straight for you. Your ready bullet cuts coldly through the dissipating Liv and strikes the hetero creatures directly behind her. She disappeared. Just another illusion. It wasn't Liv. The moment you came face to face, you knew she wasn't Liv. Yet your brow remains furrowed in tension. The situation is all too strange. The visual illusions are flawless, indistinguishable from reality, yet the actors are unconvincing, their deception obvious to even a casual glance. This dissonance can't be an accident. It must be deliberate. But to what end? Or you can step forward, a voice rings out. Liv's voice, followed by the sharp whistle of a weapon cutting through the air. Commandant, look out! From the darkness beyond the junction, the lotus wheel flashes, silver whizzing past your ear to strike down a hetero creature lurking behind you. Thank goodness I got here in time. Liv stumbles into the light, breathing heavily and marked with fresh wounds, as if she's just escaped from danger. Another one? Commandant, Aisling, are you both alright? Her gaze softens with concern, finding the little girl hiding behind your legs. Aisling. Yeah, she wouldn't know the name at this point. Right, that's her name. No, mention it to me. Oh, right, no, of course. Duh, because they... Okay. I'm starting to get paranoid now. She crouches to hold her, but the child twists from the offered kindness, refusing it outright. You must be terrified, poor thing. She gives an awkward smile. Don't worry, we'll get out of this place soon. You found a way out. Yes, I left Melano back there and followed your voices here. Definitely changing the subject, she rises to her feet. Let's go, Commandant. You should get out of here first. The illusion is working. She reaches out her hand to you. No. Wiggles my finger. No. Commandant! Her face locks into a rigid doll-like smile, a mask caught between 2 expressions. Yeah, open fire, bitch. I know it, because she's taking us in the opposite, because the previous Liv was taking us into the opposite direction. From the silence, a bullet parts the air, finding its mark in the hetero creature lurking behind her. Another fake. A soft sniffle comes from behind you. The child has pressed her face into your pants, too terrified to witness anymore. Oh, Emma's getting late. In the emptiness of the mining tunnel, only the soft echoes of 2 pairs of footsteps persist. Soon, the visual and auditory distortions return, a relentless sickness that seeps back in to claim your senses. Commandant. Oh shit, Liv's familiar voice echoes from every direction. Holy shit, it's all the different frames. Commandant, help me. Rounding the corner, you find Liv again in her eclipse frame. She is kneeling on the side, battered and scarred, her expression on the verge of breaking down. Commandant. She reaches out, her face contorted in agony, with nothing but the deep black of the mining pit behind her. Commandant, come here. It's dangerous over there. Her cry is not yet finished before another Liv calls out from the junction. Commandant, hurry. Let me take you out of here. Commandant. From the emptiness, Liv's phantom takes shape, and then another, until the darkness is filled with her echoes. Ethereal and ghost-like, they drift forth, their dresses rippling like water and shimmering with a pale phosphorescent glow. Commandant, I'm waiting for you. Commandant, help me. Commandant. I'm starting to get tired of hearing that now, or saying it. An invisible wind sighs through the mining tunnels, weaving their voices into a chorus from every direction. Time for the Liv wave attack, huh? Then for a single unnerving moment, every Liv freezes in place. You know, Commandant, before I transferred from Egret to Grey Raven, I saw you once through the window. After hearing about the squad, I grew curious and sneaked a peek at you when I passed by the meeting room. And just like that, you walked into my world. As those words hang in the air, your expression darkens. Unlike before, the tone is different this time, almost exactly like Liv herself, and that could only mean. So this is why you're interfering with her mind. Are you stealing her memories? Finger tightens on the trigger. Every day with Grey Raven, they've been the happiest of my life. Every moment spent with all of you feels so meaningful. Is it selfish of me to want this to last? To pray for just a little more time? Commandant. If somehow all of this could just end, and we could find each other again in another world. In a place we could call home. The Liv that remains reaches out toward you. That's enough. Commandant? Her voice is filled with grief. You're not Liv. Provocation worked. You're not Liv. The words barely leave your lips before the phantom vanishes right before your eyes. It's a familiar script, a predictable routine. A swarm of hetero creatures, real and illusory, pours from the space she occupied. A different kind of human wave attack. Be muting since there'll be spoilers. Thanks for the stream and the reading. No problem, Selman. Nice to see you in live chat for the first time. Appreciate you coming by and listening. The enemy lacks their own combat strength. It seems resorting to puppeteering these beasts. But a doubt claws at you. Could the mind really hold this many hetero creatures? Unable to rely on the punishing detector to distinguish real hetero creatures from illusions, you have no choice but to keep burning through ammunition. You'll be watching it from the archive probably later on. Have a nice stream. Thank you, Summon. Thank you. Did I read that already? I already forgot if I read that or not. No, I did read it. Clatter. The empty magazine hits the ground. Your fingers find the magazine pouch, then freeze. Only one left. Have to reach Rodent's safe zone for resupply. You grab the girl, fighting a retreating action while your mind races, overlaying the mining area's map with the locations of the safe zones. The Rodent squad has set them up by the book. From any point, at least one should be accessible. It's your only way out. That's not the problem right now. You obliterate the stray that breached your line, your movements a desperate dance between the real rock and the warping illusions. If I don't deal with the visual interference. The thought barely forms before your mind beacon screams in warning. From the other end of the connection, a silent tide of agony erupts from Liv's mind, a sharp, maddening pain that is not yours, yet consumes you. Liv seems to be deliberately disrupting her own mind, probing at those deeply buried scars to achieve something. Then, Everything within her mind gradually subsides, while something imperceptible begins to grow within. A light rain falls, and as the mist begins to part, the heavy clouds shrouding her mind crack open. And with them, the illusions obscuring your vision shatter. Your sight clears, revealing a winding path ahead and the faint silhouette of a crane in the darkness. Liv? Commandant, your location. I'm near the second safe zone, the one with the crane. Watch out for the mind illusions. Before the word mind can fully leave your lips, the clouds seal everything off once more. Oh, come on. Damn it. At least you managed to tell Liv where to meet up. Static continues to crackle through the terminal with no connection established. Melano paces anxiously back and forth. How are they doing right now? Aisling. Suddenly a chime from the terminal interrupts Melano's words. Through the noise of static, a soft murmur emerges. So much blood. The call. How? Commandant? Liv's voice drops to a whisper, the words hushed and fragile, afraid that any louder might draw the attention of the hetero creatures on the other end. Liv, you... The human on the other end seems just as surprised that the communication went through, breath coming in short gasps. Commandant, are you hurt? Use the emergency kit at your waist. Clean the wound and use the bandages inside. She repeats herself patiently, worried that the intermittent signal might cause the Commandant to miss something important. Here. The words hang unfinished as silence abruptly swallows the other end. It's as if the Commandant and the child have vanished into a hiding place, a swift hand stifling any chance of a cry. Now the only thing that cuts through the frayed static is the faint, hurried rhythm of panicked breaths. They are hiding from something. What's happening? Liv's hand clamps over the terminal's microphone as she signals for Melano's silence. Time stretches thin. Then, faintly, the footsteps return through the terminal, soft and cautious. Something is... The human's words are torn apart by static, reduced to fragments. Liv strains, ear nearly touching the terminal, but can salvage only a few vague syllables. Hunting. Something is hunting you. Abruptly, the footsteps stop. The only sound is the shallow pull of their own breath, shattered an instant later by the sharp report of gunfire. Run! A scramble of frantic footsteps echoes, magnified by the mind's acoustics, as if they're right beside her ears. Then silence. The connection is dead again, severed by a disconnected cable or a signal finally swallowed by the deep. What is happening? The pale-faced woman clutches the iron bar in her hands, terror written across her features. Maybe there's an even more dangerous enemy over there. Could it be the one controlling these hetero creatures? Or something even worse? Liv refuses to entertain the possibilities. Stowing her terminal, she commits the Commandant's last location to memory and attempts to recalibrate her visual module. A futile effort, but a necessary ritual. Unable to identify what's causing the disruption in her mind or the blurriness in her visual module, she has no choice but to brighten her light and press onward. The Commandant is low on ammunition, but always a master of resourcefulness. This labyrinth of tunnels is a problem, yet also a shield. The Commandant would know how to use it. A spike of agony lances through her mind, staggering her. She steadies herself and forces another step forward. She will not lose Commandant again. Whatever it takes, she must find a way to get to Commandant. She plunges her consciousness into the mind, resuming her unfinished plan. She will disrupt its very fabric, wielding her own pain like a blade to tear through the clouds that shroud her connection to Commandant. She can't even tell how much time has passed, how long she's been in pain. Every thunder rolls in the distant sky, while memories born of love glimmer faintly, like seeds sown in dark soil. A light rain falls, and as the mist begins to part, the white bird takes flight beyond the thick blanket of clouds. There, hanging high in the sky, she sees her guiding star. Found you, Commandant. She faintly hears the Commandant's voice. Commandant, your location. I'm near the second safe zone, the one with the crane. The voice comes through the mind beacon with remarkable clarity. Watch out for what? The mine? Hetero creatures? No. Or something else entirely. The mind connection sustained by such a painstaking method is clearly unstable. Before the Commandant can finish speaking, it's blocked once again. Liv fights her way back to consciousness, struggling against the violent turbulence in her mind. Yet within the chaos, she's at least managed to obtain the Commandant's approximate location. Can we still find out their location? I've got a general idea. Liv pulls up the crude map on her terminal and squints at it, locating the landmark the Commandant just mentioned as she searches for the quickest route there. Her focus sharpens as the green dot aligns with the information shared through the mind connection. While this doesn't definitively prove the holder of the terminal is the real Commandant, it's the lead she must follow. The Commandant's mind beacon is impossible to replicate, and her own mind would never deceive her. She has to see it for herself. Or she has to see for herself. We're close now. Just up ahead. Before Melano can lean in and get a good look at the map, Liv swiftly puts it away. She chooses a direction without hesitation and strides into one of the branching tunnels. Then, the punishing concentration in the air suddenly spikes and Melano freezes in her tracks. Monsters. The monsters are coming again. With her eyes tightly shut, Melano puts all of her strength into a swing of the iron bar, striking a hetero creature just as it leaps for Liv's back. Yet their struggle is far from over. A tide of hetero creatures floods the junction ahead, a seething wall of flesh determined to cut off their path. Get out of my way! In response, her weapon unfolds, a lethal transformation. Its newly revealed edge carves a path forward, the falling creatures giving the others pause and creating a fragile breach. Let's go! It's all the chance Liv needs. She seizes Melano's arm, and they dash forward. The thunder of distant gunshots echoes through the cavernous space, as if it's right beside their ears. Commandant! Without a moment's hesitation, she runs toward the Commandant's location. The mine tunnels stretch into a seemingly endless darkness, every sound swallowed and thrown back by the echoing void. You have no choice but to follow the gunshots, with no way of knowing how far they have left to go. Liv, be careful! Melano stumbles repeatedly, the fabric of her long dress tangling around her legs, each step a fight against the treacherous ground. Commandant is injured and couldn't even finish a brief message. The situation must be dire. The mine's layout has been slightly altered again by the recent tremors. Liv has lost all sense of distance, running blindly until the sight of a mining crane at a distant junction makes her heart lurch. The terminal. She fumbles for her terminal. The synchronized tracking data places the Commandant signal right here. We're still here. Thank goodness. The green dot flickers just ahead. The Commandant and Aisling should be just beyond this point. She pushes past the corpses of hetero creatures littering the narrow path, rushing toward the safe zone. A bullet tears through the air, barely missing Liv's cheek. Commandant, it's me, Liv. Let me check your wounds. Ignoring the shot fired from the Commandant's own gun, she stumbles frantically behind the barrier. The rest of her words die in her throat. Her lips part, but no sound emerges. Aisling? Why are you? Behind the barrier, the little girl stands trembling, clutching a handgun with both hands as she shields the human. Though jolted by the recoil, she hasn't moved an inch. Behind her, the Commandant is slumped against the barrier, a bloody wound gouged across the human's body. To the side, the punishing detector flashes urgent red warnings, but the human is clearly beyond making any response. Commandant? The shock lasts only a second before she rushes forward, driving the serum into the human's veins. There's still time. There has to be. Massive wave surges through her mind, while a needle-sharp pain stabs through her frame. Her hands come away red, the human's blood still warm on her fingers. There's still time. There has to be. She fumbles for disinfectant, pouring it over the festering wounds. Her hands work on autopilot, rapping, pressing, repeating, a desperate mantra of motion. There's still time. There has to be. Her lips move soundlessly through the steps of CPR, compressing the human's chest again and again. But despite her effort, the warmth has begun to fade away beneath her touch. Calm down. She must calm down. It could still be just another illusion. Is this not real? Maybe it's just a clone. Biting her lip, her hands tremble as she rummages through the supply pack beside the human. Scared. Aisling. The little girl stands frozen, a statue of shock, before a sudden, shuddering sob breaks her stillness. In an instant, Milano is there, sweeping her long-lost treasure into a fierce protective embrace. The gun slips from the little girl's hand and clatters to the gun, its metallic ring sharp and final. The gun. Liv's eyes fall upon it. She knows this weapon. She has cleaned it, maintained it, and memorized its every curve. It is the Grey Raven Commandant's pistol, its grip etched with a unique insignia, and its magazine is now empty. Did you pick up this gun from somewhere? The little girl shakes her head desperately, her words coming out jumbled. This person gave me. And the terminal too. This can't be real. Liv's mind spirals into chaos, a storm of grief. Beside the body lies the Babylonia-issued terminal. One more piece of the Commandant. At the deepest part of grief, sound fails. A silent scream lodges in her throat as Liv presses her palms against a human's chest, a futile prayer for a miracle she knows will not come. It is all in vain. The last of the warmth bleeds away beneath her touch, the body yielding to a terrible, deepening cold. The human is dead. The Commandant's cooling skin and the savage wounds that cover it tell a story of a brutal, final struggle. Commandant is dead. With a vacant expression, Liv gently wipes the blood from the human's face. Her movements are tender, automatic. As she pulls her hand back, her fingers brush against something on the ground. Her touch curls around a single bullet. This bullet, it's not the one Aisling just fired. The weight is wrong. It was never discharged. Her systems, sharper than any human sense, ring a silent alarm. If the Commandant really did fight for life here, then why would there be an unfired bullet in this spot? Liv lowers her gaze and discreetly closes her fist around the cold metallic truth. Commandant. Let's go. We need to get out. She lifts the human's body onto her back. Though a construct's strength should make the weight trivial, Liv staggers under it. Liv, I said we need to get out first. Liv's voice betrays a slight tremor as she turns away. Her footsteps unsteady and faltering as if the ground itself has become uncertain. Man! Ending it. Wow, what a way to end that. Oh my god. Nah, we not dead. Come on, man. We're pretending. We're pretending, right? Surely we're pretending. We're playing dead, right? Surely, right? 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 No, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. Just put a band-aid on it. It'll be okay. It'll be okay. We've been through way worse. We're fine. Everything is fine. It's okay. We're not dead. We're just sleeping. We're just taking a break, you know? We're not dead. We're okay. We're alive. Right? 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 Yeah, we just need a power nap. Just a little snooze. It's okay. We're not dead. Oh god. Man, this chapter's been pretty good so far. Halfway through. Been really good. It's only been like 2. Wow, that's a lot of reading. It's only 2 combat stages. There's definitely going to be more later down the line, of course. But so far, I'm liking it. Really enjoying it so far. More stuff on the mind. What a moment to end the stream, I know, right? What a cliffhanger. I did say I would stop at after finishing 14 here. So the other half, I'll continue tomorrow. If it's not too long, I hope. It's not going to be too long, the second half of it. It's only 12 more nodes to go through. Able to stay here for the full time? Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for sticking around. Oh man. Really quick, I'm just going... Can I not do this? Oh, I can. Instead of just saying part 1, this stream I'll just say nodes... node 1 to 14. I'll just say that. Alright. Ooh. Ooh-wee. It's been good so far. It's been pretty good so far. All right. I can feel my voice starting to get a bit coarse here too. So, good stopping point for now. A good stopping point. So, let me just quickly pick this up. Quickly do this. Since daily reset happens at a much earlier time now. Boom, boom, boom. All that stuff. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Hang on. Let's claim these for now. Stay safe. Thank you. Appreciate it. Get some plenty of rest. Yep. Same goes to everyone else watching this. They're live or as a VOD. But yeah. Oh man. Let me do a quick stretch here. Good. Good chapter so far. Really good stuff. Now I gotta start leveling my limpidities soon too. But for now, I'm just going to focus on the story. Yeah. So, that being said, that's going to be it for me for tonight. So, thank you for watching. Thank you for chilling with me. Thank you for chatting with me. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a great rest of your day or night, wherever you are in the world. Take care, stay safe, drink plenty of water, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll see you tomorrow for the second half of Where Nightmares Dwell. I don't know how long it's going to be. It could easily be longer than today. Could easily be like freaking 6 hours, but I'll probably end up finishing it tomorrow. If not, then I guess I can save it for Saturday, but we'll see. And as for her affection story, I said it earlier, but I will do it, just don't know when. But yeah, if I do end up finishing the chapter for tomorrow, then Saturday is going to be both Wuthering Waves and PGR. So I'm going to play Wuthering Waves first for the first portion of the stream and then switch to PGR. But when I play PGR on Saturday, it'll be just like doing the events and whatnot. All that stuff. But yeah. So again, thank you for watching, and again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Also, one last thing, I did finally, after a month or a week or two, I did upload Chapter 10, Eternal Engine, the story reading for that. Not my best upload because I just really wanted to get it done. So there's a few scuffed things in the edit for that story reading, but hopefully you'll enjoy it regardless if you ever feel like listening to it. Oh yeah. So again, thank you for watching. Again, I hope you enjoyed the stream. See you tomorrow then. Thank you. Bye bye.